Yeah.
We didn't want to do this.
No, I don't know. I'm just
Oh, I was like,
Good afternoon. I would like to note this evening we will hold a public hearing at 5:30 right now in the legislative chambers concerning the proposed local law number B of 2026, a local law overriding the tax levy limit for 2027. If there is anyone here in our audience that would like to speak to this public hearing, please stand up to the microphone, and we would love to hear from you. Mr. Zachary Wynn.
Hello. I don't think you should override the tax cap. Not now and not ever. People don't have unlimited funds. Figure out a way to spend less money instead of collect more taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Anyone else here for our public hearing? We do. Yeah, this is just our public hearing, and then we'll have the public comment after that. Okay, thanks. Okay, if no one else is here to speak on our public hearing, I'm going to go ahead and close that. Good afternoon. It is Tuesday, June 16th. The time is 5:32, and welcome to the Tompkins County Legislature. If you could please rise and stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. If we could have a roll call of members, please.
Christy Bianconi. Here. Travis Brooks.
Here.
Randy Brown.
Here.
Deborah Dawson.
Here.
Judith Hubbard.
Here.
John Hunt.
Here.
Greg Mezzi.
Here.
Rachel Oslin.
here.
Iris Packman.
Here.
Veronica Pillar.
Here.
Lee Shirtliff.
Here.
Mike Sigler.
Here.
Adam Vinson.
Here.
Dan Wakeman.
Here.
Irene Weiser.
Here.
Shauna Black.
Here. 16 members. Okay, 16 members present. Everyone is here. Welcome tonight, everyone. We have some celebrations this evening, and we're going to start off with Josh Nally recognition, and that's going to be read by Legislator Greg Mezzi.
Thank you, Shauna. As someone who has seen Josh in his capacity in action firsthand, I can tell you that he's an exemplary example of a volunteer firefighter. But let me read the formal recognition. Whereas Josh Nally has served with distinction as Ithaca's Airport Fire Chief and Deputy Director, and whereas Josh has continued to devote significant time and expertise and leadership to the volunteer fire services and has been a member of the Lansing Fire Department for the past 10 years and a volunteer firefighter since he was 16 years old with the Genoa Fire Department. Josh's broad experience, knowledge, and commitment have enhanced departmental operations, emergency readiness, firefighter development, and community confidence throughout Tompkins County. And whereas serving professionally as the Airport Fire Chief and Deputy Director, Josh has remained deeply committed to his volunteer fire service, generously contributing his time, experience, and expertise to strengthen the Lansing Fire Department, support fellow members, and advance the mission of protecting life and property. And whereas at the Lansing Fire Department's annual banquet, Josh was presented with the Firefighter of the Year Award for 2025. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tompkins County Legislature hereby recognizes and honors Josh Nally for his outstanding performance, exemplary leadership, and exceptional service, and the role he has played in the volunteer fire service for the Lansing Fire Department and his continued dedication to Tompkins County. Resolve further that the Tompkins County Legislature extend its sincere gratitude and highest appreciation to Josh for his exemplary service, leadership, dedication to the volunteer fire services. Josh, congratulations. Thank you very much. One of my favorite stories of Josh, I'm just going to take a point of privilege here for a second. Josh, how old was the gentleman that you saved his life who's now a volunteer firefighter?
He was 6, I believe.
He was 6 and choking, and you were a volunteer firefighter, and now he serves alongside you.
Yep, I hit him really hard.
Thank you. Josh, would you like to say a few words?
No.
Okay. Okay, next we are here to celebrate Harlan McEwen. And Harlan has been in my district for 9 years and many more before me. And I always tell him he's my favorite constituent. Over the past few years, Harlan and I have met at the Ithaca Bakery on occasion whenever we have issues and conversations on public safety, on communications. Harlan is the guy that I go to. And so whenever I saw that he received the award through the Office of Aging, it was very natural that we celebrate him in these chambers. And so I am joined by some of our esteemed law enforcement, as well as Michael Steitley as well from our Department of Emergency Response, here to celebrate Harlan. And so I'm going to actually start off with the recognition that has been written. And I'm just going to read a few of the whereases, and then I do have some letters from some individuals that couldn't make it here today. And then I would like to ask our sheriff, the chief, and Mike Steitley to say a few words. Today is going to be the day that we really not only try and embarrass you, Harlan, which I think might be impossible, but really, really praise you, because you are an absolutely incredible community member and you are nonstop. I've never seen anyone like you. So, whereas Harlan McEwen retired in April 2017 following an extraordinary 60-year career in public service, during which he provided distinguished leadership in the development of radio and computer communication systems for law enforcement and public safety agencies, and whereas following his retirement, Mr. McEwen continued his unwavering commitment to public safety through volunteer service as the Tompkins County Public Safety Interoperability Coordinator within the Department of Emergency Response, dedicating approximately 20 hours per week since 2021 in an unpaid capacity. And whereas in this role, Mr. McEwen has served as project manager for the county's ESC Chat Initiative, a secure enterprise communications platform that has significantly improved interoperation, real-time coordination, responder safety, and emergency communications capabilities among local, state, and federal public safety agencies throughout Tompkins County. And whereas Harlan McEwen exemplifies the highest ideals of public safety, professionalism, leadership, integrity, and community commitment, and his lifetime of contributions has had a lasting and meaningful impact on the safety and well-being of the residents of Tompkins County, Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tompkins County Legislature hereby recognizes and honors Harlan McEwen for his extraordinary voluntary contributions, his lifelong commitment in public safety and a community service, and his continued dedication to the residents of Tompkins County. And so first off, I would like to read an email that we received from Anthony Scaglione that says, in recognition of Harlan McEwen, Harlan is a man dedicated to the service of others, a man who rarely rests, and if he does, his phone or radio is always within earshot. Harlan McEwen is truly a gift to our community and to those who dedicate their lives to protecting it. He is a man whose lifetime of service, leadership, and innovation has made a lasting impact on countless lives. He is most deserving of this recognition. The other comment that I had is from past Sheriff Ken Lansing. Congratulations and a personal thank you for all you do and have done over the years, especially in 1974. So next I would like to ask our Sheriff, Derek Osborne, if he could come up and say a few words.
Thanks, Shauna. Thank you to the Legislature for allowing me to speak about Harlan McEwen, or Chief, as those of us in law enforcement know him and still refer to him today as. I understand he's being recognized, and I didn't make up this term, but Chairperson Black in her email said he's being recognized as an aging volunteer. So I thought that was a little odd, but there's no doubt that all of us are aging for sure. But to me, the chief is much more than the number of years he's lived. To truly understand him, you have to look at his wealth of experience, his depth of knowledge, and the wisdom that can only come from a lifetime of service. His law enforcement experience is a track record of impeccable service. His continued service to Tompkins County is remarkable. Beyond that, he has been a source of camaraderie and friendship to people like me. In a position such as mine, very few people truly understand the challenges, responsibilities, and occasional frustrations that come with the role. You cannot vent to your subordinates, and there are only a handful of people who have walked in your shoes and can genuinely relate. I've definitely vented to the chief, maybe 2 or 3 times. For me, the chief is far more than an aging volunteer. He's a mentor, a trusted colleague, a friend, and someone who has dedicated his life to serving others. He is richly deserving of this recognition, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to say so publicly. Congratulations, Chief. Well deserved.
Next, I would like to ask Chief Kelly to please come up and say a few words.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Chief McEwen. I first met Chief McEwen when I came to the city of Ithaca almost 3 years ago now. He's an extraordinary individual, incredible amount of experience, just a wealth of knowledge from his service to the community, to the state of New York, and to our country. He is very highly esteemed, not just in our community, but at a national, federal, and international level. And I'm very appreciative of him reaching out to me when I came here and helped me navigate some of the minefields here and parts of knowledge. And I do continue to look up to him as a mentor in his experience, and we're very lucky to have him.
And Michael Steitley, Director of our Emergency Response Department.
Thank you. Thank you very much for letting me come today and just say a few words about my friend Harlan. When I first came to Tompkins County, Harlan was one of the very first people that extended an olive branch and offered to come and meet with me, introduce himself, and frankly, provide a lay of the land. It became evident very quickly that he knew everybody. He's probably more well networked than anybody I've ever met in my life. And I've gone places around the country and have mentioned his name, and no kidding, there are people that know him everywhere. But he quickly became a mentor and then a friend. And I believe that much of my success has been because of his guidance. And I am deeply appreciative of not only what he's done for me personally and professionally, but what he continues to do for this county. And I heard the number of 21 hours noted. And honestly, he's humble. And if that number came from him, it's probably double, if not triple. He puts a tremendous amount of effort into the communication system in Tompkins County. And to have somebody willing to do that when they retire is quite remarkable. But I would like to say this. We mentioned aging volunteers. He is so contemporary and has and he's so relevant when it comes to his vision on where public safety communication should go. And I think that's quite remarkable for an aging volunteer because, frankly, he's helped move the needle here in Tompkins County. Chief, thank you very much.
Chief McEwen, would you like to come up and say a few words and accept your proclamation this evening? And Michael, Sheriff, and the Chief, would you like to come up and take a picture with us?
Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And please say a few words.
Thank you. She said, please say a few words. It'll be few. this is very, very nice for this board. I appreciate all of you in recognizing people like Josh and I and others who spend a lot of time trying to make this county a better place. And that's what you're all about. You're volunteering to serve on this board. We all feel really good about doing things to make this a better place to live. And that's kind of what I feel about this. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Okay, next we have a proclamation to celebrate Pride Month, and Irene Weiser is going to read that proclamation.
Great, thanks. Whereas Tompkins County stands with two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, pansexual, asexual, non-binary, gender fluid, and other 2SLGBTQI+ individuals and communities as they take pride in who they are and who they love. And whereas Pride Month started as a commemoration of the Stonewall riots, which began on June 28, 1969, when police raided the Stonewall Inn, a gay bar in Greenwich Village, and neighborhood residents and bar patrons, led predominantly by trans women of color and drag queens, along with gay men and lesbians, fought back for a week against police harassment and brutality. And whereas on June 28, 1970, a year after the uprising, pride marches were organized in New York City, Los Angeles, Chicago, and San Francisco. These early events were not festive parades that we see today. They were high-risk, unpermitted political protests demanding visibility and basic civil rights. The term pride was adopted to shift the narrative from societal shame to dignity and self-worth. And whereas we must also acknowledge the backlash against the 2SLGBTQI+ community, because this year at least 11 states have contested the landmark Supreme Court ruling that legalized same-sex marriage in 2015. 9 states have banned gender marker changes on identification documents, and the Supreme Court's ban on conversion therapy has been overturned in Colorado. Books about 2SLGBTQI+ history and people are being banned from libraries nationwide. And transgender youth in over 24 states have had their medically necessary health care banned. Homophobic and transphobic hate speech is pervasive online, and armed hate groups intimidate people at pride marches and drag performances and threaten doctors, offices, children's hospitals, and other organizations that offer care to the 2SLGBTQI+ community. And whereas Tompkins County has been a leader in supporting and fighting for the human rights, dignity, and respect of all people, and our value statements reads in part that equity is a value. We sustain a workplace community that ensures fairness through diversity and inclusion by embracing learning and best practices, eliminating structurally oppressive systems, and building trust, appreciation, and a sense of belonging and opportunities for all. And whereas members of the 2SLGBTQI+ community now serve in the highest positions of leadership in nearly every level of office, including here in Tompkins County. Now, therefore, it be it resolved that Tompkins County Legislature does hereby proclaim the month of June 2026 as 2SLGBTQ+I Pride Month.
Great. And we have Luca Maurer, who was the Grand Marshal of the Ithaca Pride Alliance, to accept the award. Would you mind saying a few words?
Sure. I have words right here. Look, that's good. Hi, everyone. First, I'm honored that Ithaca Pride Alliance gave me the opportunity to accept this on their behalf tonight. It's their incredible volunteer work that made Ithaca Pride happen this weekend and makes many things happen throughout the year.
Sorry, Luca, could you get a little further from the mic, maybe?
A little further.
Yeah.
Better? Sorry, thanks. LGBTQ folks exist and have always existed. There's a lot of LGBTQ plus history before Stonewall, and quite a bit of it took place right here in Tompkins County. We come from a long line of incredible LGBTQ plus ancestors who used their strength and creativity to sustain each other. They survived then, and we will survive now. In my lifetime, LGBTQ people have been criminalized and imprisoned, pathologized and institutionalized, fired from our jobs, separated from our children. We faced an unimaginable deadly disease too, and we survived and will survive now. We've gained the right to marry, recognition as the legal parents of our own children, decriminalization of private consensual behavior. That was only just a bit over 20 years ago in the United States. And now some of those are being rolled back. I am 100% confident that we survived then and we will survive now. We're LGBTQ plus people every day, not only during Pride Month, and so I encourage everyone to do something every day to make the world a place where everyone is treated with dignity and respect. Thank you very much and happy Pride.
I just want to say, too, I went to the Pride event this weekend, and it was absolutely incredible. I walked in with the drag queens going up and down the street, and it was one of my favorite events of the year. So it was great to see. We had the library out there. We had all the vendors out there, kettle corn, one of the food trucks. It was very well done, so thank you. Next, we are going to have our Juneteenth proclamation, and Deborah Dawson will read that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So last but not least, whereas beginning in 1619, African men, women, and children were forcibly taken from their homeland, chained in ships that transported them to the Virginia colony, marking the beginning of the system of enslavement of African people in what would become the United States. And whereas over the course of the next 240 years, an estimated 11 million African people were bought and transported to the Americas and forced into labor, and an estimated 4 to 6 million more lost their lives during raids and capture, forced marches to the coast, confinement in holding facilities, and transatlantic shipping. And whereas enslaved African people and their descendants provided much of the labor that helped build the United States, working in agriculture, construction, skilled trades and households, while enduring forced labor, family separation, violence, and the denial of fundamental human rights. And whereas President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation took effect on January 1st, 1863, but many Confederates refused to recognize or comply with it and continued to hold African Americans in bondage until Union forces arrived in Texas more than 2 years later to enforce their freedom. And whereas on June 19, 1865, African Americans in Texas learned of their freedom, giving rise to the celebration of Juneteenth, now recognized as our nation's second Independence Day. And whereas Juneteenth commemorates the immense struggles and sacrifices of African Americans in their fight for freedom from slavery, paying homage to those who gave their lives for this cause, and celebrating the triumphs and resilience of those who succeeded, having built this country on their backs. And whereas the observance of Juneteenth honors the history, perseverance, culture, and achievements of African Americans, and calls upon all Americans to reflect honestly on the distance between our nation's founding ideals of liberty and equality and the lived reality of those long denied them, and to recommit to closing that distance. And whereas the National Juneteenth Foundation's 2026 theme, Juneteenth brings balance to America's celebration of freedom, invites all Americans to reckon with the full breadth of our national story, that the promise of freedom declared in 1776 was not extended to all, and that true balance requires acknowledging both the triumphs and the unfinished work of American democracy. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tompkins County Legislature proclaims, recognizes, and designates June 19th, 2026 as Juneteenth in Tompkins County, and further honors and celebrates throughout Tompkins County the rich history of African Americans who fought, died, strived, and thrived in the pursuit of freedom, and reaffirms Tompkins County's commitment to a community where that freedom is fully realized for all.
We do have our friends from Southside that are here to accept the proclamation this afternoon. Hi there. How you doing? Good. Good. Hey, kids. How's it going? You excited about this? Yeah. I forgot to pay him off in candy.
They wanted to.
All right. Earth.
Here, I'll hold this.
Would you all like to say a few words? Yes. Great. Let's go.
Thank you on behalf of the Southside Community Center to the Tompkins Community Legislature for this proclamation. We would like to invite you to our Juneteenth celebration on June 20th at June to enjoy performances, dancing, and community joy at the Southside Community Center. Thank you.
Very good job. Okay, next I would like to announce that we are going to have an executive session this evening for the proposed acquisition, sale, or lease of real property, or the proposed acquisition of securities or sale or exchange of securities held by such public body, but only when publicly or publicity would substantially affect the value thereof. Next, we're going to move to privilege of the floor for our public. I do have a few blue cards here. If there's anyone here in our public that would like to speak on privilege of the floor, please make sure to fill out one of the blue forms located at the back table there. I'm just going to read the rules for speaking under privilege of the floor. Number 1, I agree to a 3-minute time limit. Number 2, I agree not to raise my voice. Number 3, I agree not to use lewd, obscene, profane, slanderous, or libelous language or speak or act in a manner that would tend to incite a breach of the peace. Number 4, I agree not to speak about county personnel matters. Personnel matters include comments about the job performance of named county employees other than elected officials. Number 5, after 3 minutes, I agree to leave the microphone and yield the floor. Transferring time to another person is not permitted. Number 6, I agree to be courteous and not make comments, gestures, outbursts, or other disruptions while other members of the public or legislators are speaking. Number 7, I agree that if I cause a disruption and am asked to leave, I will leave the chambers. Just to let legislators know as well, we did receive an email from Amanda Kirch-Gessner. Please check your email. She did want her comments to be passed on to the legislature. First off, we have Speaker Zachary Wynn.
Good evening. I emailed you earlier today regarding the county press release about homeless resources. I believe encouraging people to go to the exception zone when it is known to be unsafe is wrong. People are camping outside of the sanctioned area because the sanctioned area is unsafe. There was someone stabbed in the exception zone 10 days ago. They had to be driven to Sarah, Pennsylvania when a helicopter was unable to airlift them. Are they okay? And perhaps Chief Kelly knows he left. The county should be holding, and needs to hold, the city of Ithaca to account for operating an unlicensed campground, not helping them direct vulnerable people into a dangerous situation. You should look at this situation like the Asteri, where in hindsight, you wish you had done something sooner before things got out of hand. You're in that moment now. You know that people are coming from out of the county and even the state to live in the city of Ithaca. The county is having to pick up the cost. Both the city and the county are in multi-million-dollar budget deficits. Anything you incentivize, you get more of. The city is incentivizing people to come and live on the streets of Ithaca. And how much longer can you allow this problem to grow, and how much longer can it go on? The Burger King is now set to be demolished, and any infrastructure in place at that location will take at least a year to be constructed. What can be done now to help the people who are being directed to live in the city-sanctioned encampment? I remind you, there are no toilet facilities, no electricity, nothing but a water spigot. Specifically to Legislator Brooks, but also I guess the rest of you, do you approve of how the city's sanctioned camping area is being handled, the lack of the progress in building infrastructure, and the dangerous conditions there? Can you blame anyone for wanting to camp outside of the sanctioned camping area and take their chances with a citation? In my email, I hesitated to make the comparison to concentration camps, but that's really what is going on. Undesirables are being forced into a bad place, out of sight, with no regard for their well-being. If you think differently, I would be interested in how you see things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zach. Next is Andre Barvinchuk. That is totally fine.
Check, check. Is this good?
You're good.
All right, thank you. I have been doing research. Oh, I gave a one-page printout to the 16 legislators, a few technical references. I've been doing research and sharing information about possible solutions to end poverty and create universal prosperity in the region. This is a draft and I may get something wrong, so I strongly encourage everyone to fact-check what I'm saying, cross-reference, research, and correct me if I got something wrong. That's how knowledge progresses. That said, if anyone is going to correct me or fact-check me, it should be in long-form dialogue with references, not an oversimplified, dogmatic statement. I see a lot of statements being made and a lot of votes happening without any real scientific fact-checking or comparative model analysis. With a friendly, long-form dialogue with references, I welcome people to fact-check me and correct me. I'll correct anything I got wrong. My research will become more refined and updated over time as I do more research and cross-reference the information. Okay, here's the outline. First of all, there are models in the world where compared to the US, for example, in Switzerland and the Netherlands, where there are lower rates of homelessness, lower crime rates, better public health, and also a higher number of millionaires per capita. That is a big picture example that there are models that are possible, that are just outright better for the economy, better economic models with regard to every conceivable metric that people care about. Going to the local mechanisms in Ithaca, I have a proposition for the community. We should totally transform the entire function of the IDA. The IDA should fund or give financial benefits to exclusively locally owned, high-quality, nonprofit organizations, especially a decentralized, nonprofit real estate ecosystem. The IDA should put out a general public statement each month, clearly requesting proposals from nonprofit organizations, indicating that the IDA is prioritizing nonprofit organizations. In addition, the local democracy should put out formal RFPs for high-quality nonprofit real estate models, including high-quality transitional supportive housing. The mechanisms of the IDA and related funding mechanisms seem to be poorly understood by many of the elected officials and many people in town. I'm going to try to clarify this a bit. Please correct me if I got anything wrong here. The IDA approves a project with some initial funding and/or tax breaks, and then that sets off a cascade of various types of funding mechanisms, such as tax credits and grants, which are basically a massive free cash giveaway to for-profit real estate companies. So even if the IDA approves, let's say, only $10 million worth of tax dollar funding as a free cash giveaway, that sets off a cascade of funding mechanisms that might total $110 million worth of tax dollar funding as a free cash giveaway, to use Asteri as one example out of numerous examples. Now, if you add up the numerous projects in the past 10 years or so, there was something in the ballpark of $400 million of free cash giveaways given as a free gift to for-profit real estate corporations voted on locally at both the city and county. This is literally 4 years worth of the entire local budget of the city given as a free cash giveaway to for-profit real estate corporations. while there are elderly people sleeping on the sidewalk every single night. This is extremely unscientific and also just outright immoral.
Thank you, Andre. Next, we have Diane Cohen.
Hi, everyone. Good to see you. Diane Cohen, I'm the CEO of Finger Lakes Reuse. I think Norma helped me pass out an Ithaca Times to each of you, and I'd really like you to encourage you all to take a look at page A10 at some point. If there's nothing else you read this week, take a look at this article. It really highlights an aspect of what Reuse is doing in this community from an economic perspective. And we're first of all, happy Pride Month and happy Juneteenth, and also Reuse is celebrating right now because some of you may have heard we just opened the Cayuga Reuse Center up in Lansing. We moved out of Trip Hammer. Yes, we're keeping the Ithaca Reuse Center. No, we're not accepting donations up there yet. We have loads and loads of overflow that we're working our way through. But we're going to be coming to you for support. We saved about $150,000 this year in rent by making that move. That marketplace, Cayuga Shopping Mall, really helped us with our, they negotiated 9 months of free rent for us. That really is helping us make this move and this expansion. But I'm asking this body to look at what we're doing as a way to bring more dollars into this community. We're taking something that's a cost, which is waste, we're turning it into dollars. There's lots and lots of money coming from the federal and the state money level for waste reduction, workforce development, and we're doing a lot of that. So please take a look at this article. We'll be coming back. I'll be talking to the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee hopefully soon. And thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate your support.
Thank you, Diane. Next, we are going to have privilege of the floor for municipal officials. And I see that Margaret Fabrizio is here from the City of Ithaca.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Hello, everybody. Happy summer. I hope you're all well. Haven't been here in a while. I don't have a lot of super stuff to report right now, so I think this will be quick.
Sorry, Margaret, I'm struggling to hear you a little bit. Can you make sure you're talking into the mic?
Okay. So like you, the 2027 budget and the anticipated holes are on everybody's minds. And tomorrow, we're going to be looking at a resolution to give the city manager and controller some budget guidance. It includes things like staying below the tax cap, requiring positions that have remained vacant for more than a year to be reviewed as over-target requests, no new bans for operational expenses, no new short-term borrowing for capital projects not offset by grant reimbursement and property transactions, and that we maintain a general fund balance of 15%. So everybody recognizes the heavy burden our residents are already under. I didn't know you were doing a public hearing on that tonight, but I would just second some of those comments, and I think you guys are all pretty sensitive to this. While we did get some additional AIM funding, we're still second only to Albany with the largest percentage of tax-exempt property in the state. Unfortunately, the AIM formula doesn't take this into account. And one of my personal goals is to get our state legislators to champion that fight. Residents alone cannot make up what's missing. And for the city, it's over $30 million, but if you add the county and the school district to it, it's like more like 100 million or more than that. So I hope this is something that we can partner on. The city obviously also needs to be focusing on developing new revenue streams. It's a must. With regard to the audits, we're doing well. We have a new controller board, as you know, Carissa Robovsky. She and her staff are continuing to work with the Bonadio Group to get all of our financial systems in order. We completed the RFP process for an auditor and selected a firm. It's Drescher and Malecki. So they're going to be doing the 2022 through 2026 audit process for us. And I wasn't involved in that, but I know the city manager is really pleased with the selection. With regard to our response efforts on homelessness, the acting city manager reports that we've strengthened our coordination through the expansion of the weekly Monday case conferencing meetings. And while outreach partners and city staff have long convened to discuss individuals experiencing homelessness, we're really happy to have the Tompkins County DSS and Continuum of Care partners now joining in on these discussions. So obviously, really, we need to work on this together. Since the close of the seasonal Code Blue operations, an increase in encampments across the city has been observed, particularly on the west side of the city. And outreach partners are actively engaging with unsheltered individuals to connect them with viable housing and shelter options. And I'm not totally up to date on this, but as of 2 weeks ago, I know there were 2 campsites that had been posted by IPD, and the outreach workers were working with individuals at both of those sites to support relocation and connection to services. I am on the coordinated Unhoused Services Planning Special Committee. Kayla is chairing that. We had our first meeting in May, and we're going to be meeting again next month to discuss, again, alternatives to the current sanctioned camping site. We've heard from DSS and other county staff at this committee level, and clearly the more partnering that we can do, the more progress we can make. The idea is really to figure out an interim alternative until you have your shelter up and running. What can we do instead of having people in this exception zone, which we know, which as we've all heard and as we know is very dangerous and not a place where we want people to be living. On the Special Committee on Labor Protections and Wrongful Discharge, which has been exploring just cause legislation, there was a roundtable yesterday that was sponsored by the Downtown Ithaca Alliance, and it included council committee members, small business owners, nonprofits, and there was a chamber representative there as well. So the projected cost for a program like it was originally envisioned is, something like $500,000 to $1 million annually. So if this proves impossible to set up, I hope that we will find other ways to continue to strengthen our community through educating and mentoring business owners, and, just continuing to support employers to uphold the community values that, many of them are already very, very committed to. Things like transparency and expectations and performance feedback, good faith, progressive discipline and communication, clear explanations for termination decisions, et cetera. The city attorney is scheduled to present on this, on the feasibility, legality, and more details on the possible cost at the committee's next meeting, which is on June 22nd at 6 p.m. in City Hall. On Community Responder Program, the Roots Program, we have job descriptions that we're going to be looking at tomorrow at our meeting for a community responder and a working supervisor. And I don't know the details yet on how they're going to ultimately interface with the existing outreach staff that we have, but I know Dominic has given this much thought, and so I'm looking forward to seeing how these additions can really help bolster the work that we're trying to do there. The Downtown Community Outreach Worker Program has restarted in partnership with the DIA and Reach Medical. So I really want to thank you again, thank the county again for partnering with the city on this. And then just quickly on the Seneca Street parking garage, efforts to reopen the surrounding sidewalks, are in process once work to cover the concrete areas that are at risk and to provide scaffolding is planned. And it's my understanding that that will be starting soon, though I don't have the exact details on that. Once that safety work is complete, my understanding is that we're going to be planning for the old bus stop to become, the bus stop to become functional again. And city staff and TCAT did move the number 10 bus, as you know, to the 200 block of Tioga Street. And I think that that has lessened the impact on neighboring Seneca Street property. So, Our local businesses, I think, are still feeling, the loss of those parking spaces. I think there would be more work done to figure out more specifically about our capacity as it stands right now. With the preliminary work that's been done, the city manager believes that we have enough capacity. It may not be as convenient for people. Not every, one garage on one floor is going to be able to handle things as maybe they were previously. I don't know, because I am on the DIA, and I've been hearing differently from local businesses, so I'm still concerned that we get a really good handle on the exact capacity for that. So with that, I will see if you guys have any questions that I can possibly answer.
Thank you, Margaret, for coming here prepared, and always a great explanation of what's going on in the city. We appreciate it. Any questions for Margaret? Mike Sigler?
Hi, Margaret. Thanks for coming. I was just wondering, with the parking garage, have you guys set up a timeline? I mean, have you determined what's going to happen with it and what kind of timeline you might be looking at, or?
Yeah, we haven't officially. I know that the planning department director came and gave us a few weeks ago kind of a general timeline of how this kind of thing would potentially work. Honestly, we don't have a timeline. Personally, I would have preferred to have had more data about what a potential interim repair could have looked like. How much would it have cost us? How long would it have lasted? How long would it have taken to have actually accomplished it? If we could have gained a little bit of time to have prepared, I mean, there's no question that we need to be closed in an emergency way. But what it ultimately becomes, and when we do that, I wish we had more time to plan that. So I don't have the answer to that.
I have Greg and then Randy.
As a follow-up to that question, why don't you have the time as council? I mean, don't you have the ability to direct the work of city staff through resolution and direction policy setting? So could you not reclaim that time?
Personally, I think so. Do I have a consensus on that? I would say no.
Okay, that's unfortunate. But thank you for trying.
Randy?
Yes, thanks for coming. One of the things that I've noticed in the city is there's some mobility issues, and if you're in a wheelchair, there's some struggling areas, and particularly recently along Route 13, they've torn up all the sidewalks there, and if you're in a wheelchair, you can't make it. My brother-in-law helped a lady through the grass and around and whatnot, and it's been going on for a month. And I realize that's a state job.
Yep.
But the fact that they didn't even think about how that was going to affect people with mobility issues is quite surprising to me. And it's really bad, especially in areas where there's a lot of traffic going down various streets where people reside. So
yeah, and I don't think we have much control over that, but there's certainly also plenty of places in the city that the state is not handling, where I think we could do a much better job. I walk all over the place, and West Buffalo Street has been torn up for a very long time. There were some times when there wasn't an alternate place for people to walk. It's super dangerous. So yeah, I'm all over sidewalks, and I know that Dominic is too. I mean, I think we're trying really hard to improve that basic infrastructure. It's a huge, peeve of mine, to tell you the truth. And it's not just the sidewalks, it's also the crosswalks. It's all the same thing, right? Yeah. But they're actually in the city handled by different departments. So I think we're, really trying to work to get that better coordinated, and to have real intentionality to our sidewalk program. We don't have a lot of money carved out of the budget for that. In fact, the money that actually is put in for the sidewalk program is only come from the sidewalk fee. So it comes out to like $800,000 a year. It's not enough to get done what we need to do. So we should find some other ways to, to really help that. But, there's so many basic infrastructure things, in addition to the sidewalks. There's all the pipes that are underneath that are 100+ years old that need replacing. It's a lot. So we are, really making a big effort to try to plan further ahead and plan, do a 5-year capital expenditure plan. And I think that will really get us into much better shape, because we do have these basic infrastructure challenges that we've got to begin to better plan for.
Thank you.
Margaret, my question is around the tax cap, and I know you mentioned not wanting to go over the tax cap, and none of us want to go over the tax cap. However, how can that be done whenever I know that the city is operating at a very skeletal staffing ratios right now, and there are some things that you and your council want to do in the upcoming year with inflation, with benefits, with your union contracts coming in at 3 to 5%. With general expenses, and I know that because we end up seeing the city revenue numbers, your revenue numbers are down. How can you not exceed your tax cap?
They're going to be cuts. I mean,
Okay.
no question about it, right? We can't have everything. We are on an unsustainable track.
Okay.
And it's just simply not affordable.
Sure.
We are one of the most expensive places to live in the country. I mean, our local property taxes here are 5, 6, 7 times the national average. I'm talking about city, county, school district together, right?
Yeah.
And so
Just for clarification, the county has stayed very steady.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that, and I note it I've noted it for many years now, and the city has not.
Yeah.
Right? So we need to do way better. Last year was better than the year before. That was disastrous. But this year, yeah, it's going to be tough. There are a lot of tough choices to make. You guys are in the same, you're in the same spot. And again, I mean, that's why we really need to come together and advocate for some of these changes on the state level. It's, it's about the AIM funding for us in the city, but it's also about how the state defines tax exemption. And, how that plays out in this community is very, very significant. That's based on some 200-year-old provision when universities were not operating the way they are now. So I would love to see us, put our heads together on that. I'm speaking me personally, but as a council member and a longtime community member, I would like to see us get a group of people together so that our state legislators can begin to make that a priority.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions? Travis Brooks?
Margaret, has the city thought about entering into the state's early retirement offer they have?
I have not heard anyone talk about that.
Okay.
I can ask some questions, though.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, the last time you were here, I had asked about the hiring for the permanent city manager. Have we moved on that yet?
Not formally. The mayor mentioned at a recent meeting that he was interested in doing a national search, but we have not had a proper formal council discussion about that yet.
So that would mean the current city manager's contract would be renewed for another 6 months?
Was renewed. It
Oh,
was just
renewed.
renewed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Great.
Thank
Any
you,
other
everybody.
questions? Thank you so much, Margaret. We appreciate you. Okay, next we are going to move on to legislator privilege of the floor. Rachel Oslin.
I have 3 updates. I usually don't say anything, so I'm going to make up for lost time. My first update is about the Trumansburg Conservatory of Fine Arts. They're having their grand reopening this Thursday from 4:30 to 6:30. TCFA is housed in an 1851 Greek Revival structure that is on the National Register of Historic Places. It's a really beautiful space, and they've spent years restoring it to bring the building back to its original splendor. And once they're open again, they'll be offering all of their art, music, and dance classes. in the building, and they also have a full schedule of concerts and community dances for the summer and fall. It'll be a fun event. There'll be music, refreshments, so you should all come. Second update is about the Enfield food distribution. They gave a report at the last Enfield Town Board meeting summarizing the work they did last year, and I wanted to share out some of the numbers just to highlight the work that Jean Owens and her extensive crew of volunteers and neighbors are doing to support each other. To provide some context, approximately 35% of the population of Enfield uses the pantry, which runs 3 days a week. So from January 1st to December 31st last year, they distributed 1,159,939 pounds of food, which was valued at over $1.5 million. And I wanted to acknowledge first how much work it takes on the side of distribution to source, organize, and put out this much food, as well as how much work it takes for every person who needs to go to a food pantry. They have to take a lot of time out of their day to get to a pantry, often not at a time that's convenient for them. They have to then wait in long lines. They oftentimes bring their kids and then somehow get everything home, which is especially difficult if you don't have a car. So it's definitely not easy. I've worked at this distribution. It's an amazing group of people. Just a really great community, and it's also a program that's based in solidarity and mutual support. And if anyone ever wants to visit, let me know and I will get you in touch with Jean. And third topic is just a general public service announcement. The YMCA of Ithaca and Tompkins County was awarded $100,000 from the Alliance of New York State YMCAs to provide free swim lessons to kids 6 months to 12 years of age. The lessons are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Kids can enroll in multi-week swim lessons starting in June of this year, and the lessons run through August of next year. And each lesson is an 8-week swim program. Multiple kids from the same family can sign up. YMCA members can start signing up today, and non-members can start signing up next Tuesday.
Great, thank you, Rachel. Randy?
Yeah, we're not going to be meeting the first week of July, and it's going to be our 250th anniversary. And I had a teacher, her name was Mary Humpton, in middle school, and she taught American government. And she was a great teacher, and always whenever I ran into her, she remembered my name, even until she was in her 80s. I was quite surprised by that, but she was a great lady and really stern about teaching American government. So that's why I'm here today, I think. But one of the things she did is we reviewed every president. And so we went through all these presidents, and some of them, were painful. But Abraham Lincoln was the one that always kind of hit it for me. So I've read books on him, and I just pulled a few things about him that I thought was really cool. One, he did 2 boat trips down the Mississippi, in what they called flatboats, which they built. They're rafts, basically, from Indiana and Illinois all the way down to New Orleans to sell his farm's goods or other people's goods, and came back with the money. So Honest Abe, it's one of the things that came from. And then the second trip, which he was only, first trip he was 19 years old. He was a hard worker his whole life. And the second trip he was in 1831, he was 22, and that was a tough trip. And one of the things that they talk about, it was the first time he saw a slavery auction, and that really impacted him down in New Orleans, and he never forgot that. But one of the things that I found really interesting about him is he had a tough life, and his father was on a farm, kind of that he lost early on. It turned out it was a lawsuit. He didn't have land. He moved again. And when Abraham was 10 years old, his mother passed away. He also lost 2 of his 3 siblings over the next 5 or 6 years. So he was an only child. But his dad remarried, and he remarried an incredible lady, and her name was Sarah Johnston. And he nicknamed her as Angel Mother. She had 3 kids of her own. And so when Abe Lincoln's dad married her, they brought 4 kids in, and she came into their beat up old log home with dirt floors and really just bad conditions. But I'm going to read what they said about that. Sarah Lincoln dressed him up so that he looked more human, and brought a women's touch to the space. They were living on dirt floors, so she made Abe's father put floor in and other things and painted it and the whole bit. One thing she said about Abraham Lincoln is, as a testimony to the nurturing of her son, he called Angel Mother, she found her new stepson to be a model child. I can say what with scarcely one woman a mother can say in 1,000, and it is this: Abe never gave me a crossword or a look, and never refused in fact, or even in appearance, to do anything I requested. Sir also vouched for his honest Abe's long-standing reputation for integrity. He never told me a lie in his life, never evaded, never equivocated, and never dodged. So I'm proud to be American, and we had a president like that.
Thank you, Randy. Next is Greg.
Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate the village and town of Dryden for another successful Dryden Dairy Days. This year's theme was Red, White, and Moo, celebrating the country's 250th anniversary birthday celebration, whatever it's supposed to be. It was a lot of fun. I would say probably one of the biggest hits, besides the candy getting thrown out, was the TC3 cow ears that were all over the place. TC3 was well represented, as well as many other local organizations. And it's just a fun way for people to come out and celebrate a community and decorate a cow and dress up however they want and show off all of the things that their organization is proud of. So it was an incredible turnout, but well done to the organizers, because putting on an event like that is not an easy feat. So just wanted to publicly recognize them here today.
Thank you, Greg. Next is Irene.
Thanks, Shauna. I too want to just recognize the 250th anniversary of our country's founding. Brookingdale Community Center will be doing so on Saturday, June 27th, from 10 until 3, and at 15 after the hour, every hour from 11:15 through 2:15, there will be reading of passages of the Declaration of Independence. And, and then there's the usual face painting and booths and pies and all of the good stuff that Brookingdale and other small towns are known for. And also just to let you know that Caroline, this week's town board meeting will have a public hearing on a data center moratorium. So thank you for the leadership in Dryden, and Caroline will soon be following.
Thank you. Next is Mike Sigler.
This next thing I loathe to do, but I feel like I should, just because there is this misconception that the IDA actually gives away cash. I just feel like I should correct that. That is not actually what the IDA does. And it's not just from the speaker tonight. I hear this a lot, that they give away cash. And listen, when I was on the IDA, I voted against a lot of, certain projects. I certainly think the focus should be on job creation. With that said, it is not like the IDA is giving away bags of money to developers to develop. They do give away tax credits. And we can argue about those and we can debate those, and they do. That is what the IDA is actually, that is the main debate, I think, that is had there. But it should also be noticed that those tax abatements do go away after a certain number of years, and in Tompkins County, it's actually shorter here generally. I think it's about 7 years. Is that about right? Our IDA members? Mm-hmm. About 7 years, as opposed to other places where I see it continue 20 years. So again, we can debate the merits of whether those tax abatements are needed, whether they should be focused on job creation and all those things, and that is debates that the IDA has. But the idea that the IDA, in fact, is sitting on some big hoard of taxpayer cash and giving it away to various private developers, I think is something we should dispel when it is brought up. So, thank you.
Next is Adam Vinson.
I'll keep this brief. I have two things. The first is today I had the honor of attending a ribbon cutting for the opening of a new business in Travis's district, but an old district business in mine, and that is the Dos Amigos food truck. Dos Amigos is one of the best restaurants in my district, and we have a lot of really good restaurants. And now we have a food truck open temporarily over the summer at 708 West Buffalo Street. So if you're ever in the area, feel free to check it out. I had the tacos there. They're great. The second thing is that the Collegetown Community Collective will be holding a summer concert series. The first event is going to be on June 20th. This is going to be every other Saturday up until around August 29th. This is going to be hosted right outside Collegetown Bagels. It's going to be a great event. There'll be free food and drinks. Starts at 5. It'll be a good time. So if you're able to attend, feel free to show up.
Thank you, Adam. Judith Hubbard.
It's halfway through June and kitten season has sprung at the SPCA. The SPCA's kitten program relies largely on the backs of volunteers who take kittens into their homes when they are too young to live in a shelter situation, too young to be adopted, or too sick. And they desperately need more volunteers, as always, every season, because there are so many kittens. So if you have room in your home and room in your life for kittens that come with free vet care and free food, please reach out to the SPCA. I have 4 kittens in my attic right now.
Deborah Dawson.
I'd like to follow up on that. Thanks for bringing that up, Judith. I learned that the SPCA is overwhelmed with kittens right now. This is getting to be an annual thing. But if you can't take a kitten into your home, you can always donate some kitten food. They desperately need it. And you can consider adopting a kitten. They've cut their adoption fees in half in an effort to spread the joy. So, thank you.
So that you can get 2.
I already have 2. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Other legislators? Okay, thank you all. I have a very short chair's report this evening. I would like to appoint to the Workforce Development Board Jian Wu, Business Representative, term expires June 30th, 2029. Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Committee, Kyra Hill, Undesignated Representative, term expires December 31st, 2026. Tompkins County Historical Commission, Leslyn McBean Claiborne, Commissioner, term expires December 31st, 2028. And I just have one very short announcement, and that is that we had the city-county meeting this morning with Mayor Cantalmo, Acting City Manager Dominic, Adam Vinson, and Corsa Kumfi. We met earlier today, and we discussed the situation at Asteri. We also talked about the homelessness issue and our sheltering. We talked about the parking issue and what it's going to look like for the Seneca garage to no longer be operational and where people are going to park locally. We also talked about the struggles we're both having with our upcoming budgets. So just wanted to let my colleagues and our community know that the monthly meetings have been very, very helpful. And at any given time, I think whether it's Corsa or myself, we feel very comfortable reaching out to the city if there are any questions or comments. And most of the time I find myself on the phone with Rob or texting Rob probably a few times a week just to get on the same page about things. And it's just been, I think it makes us all a lot stronger to have good relationships with the city. So wanted my colleagues to know that. Next, let's go ahead and move on to our presentations for the evening. And we have record attendance from our community college. Their board is extremely active, and I see a lot of our colleagues in the audience there. We have Frank Krupa, Sudal Hall, and Judith from the Cortland County Legislature. Shelley's here from the city. We have all the good people that we've seen in our community for ages, so it's great to see you on the board. And I would like to invite Dr. Krimenek up if you would like to do your presentation right now. Okay, sounds great. Sure. Dr. Krimenek, would you like to go to the head of the table?
Thank you, everyone, and good evening. For those of you I haven't had the opportunity to meet, I'm Amy Kremenek. I'm the president of Tompkins Cortland Community College. I am beginning my 5th year in this role. So I am really pleased to be here tonight, and I'd like to just recognize our board members. Thank you, Shauna, for doing that as well. First, Judy Davison, who is an appointee of Cortland County. She's also an alumna of TC3 and is our board chair. Sue Dale Hall is our vice chair. Tompkins County gubernatorial appointee. Roxanne Buck, also from Tompkins County. Shelley Michelle Nunn, Tompkins County appointee. And Frank Krupa, Tompkins County appointee. So we have 10 members of our board, and I'm really proud to say that 50% are with us here tonight. So I would also like to introduce members of our team. First here to my right is Penny Howard. Penny is serving as our interim VP of Finance. She started with us on June 1st and will be with us through at least the end of the calendar year. And I'm also incredibly proud to bring one of our students, Sadia Doak, who is going to speak here in just a moment and talk about her experience at TC3, the importance of the community college in her life and to that of her son. And then behind me is John Gear. He is our Vice President of Administration. He oversees facilities, campus police, campus technology, and human resources. And then to his right, speaking of facilities, is Nick Dovey, and he is our Director of Facilities. So we brought quite a team here tonight, and appreciate you having us. So we are here tonight to present our proposed operating budget for 26-27. I did bring hard copies that I can share around for anyone who would like to take a hard copy. So would you mind just kind of passing those down? That would be great. Thank you. All right. And we're sharing the slides, right? Yeah. Okay. So we'll move to the next slide. So just to give you a bit about our proposed budget highlights, first of all, student tuition and fees are remaining the same for the upcoming year. Last year we did have a tuition increase. SUNY community colleges are experiencing tuition increases. I know there's a lot of talk about SUNY having level tuition. That is for the 4-year campuses, the state-operated campuses, but for community colleges, many of us are seeing tuition increases. But I'm happy to say, at least this year, the TC3 is not proposing a tuition increase. We are projecting that revenue will increase incrementally through about a 5% enrollment growth. We have experienced over the last couple of years increases in terms of our enrollment, which is good. That's why we exist, to serve the people in the community. We do have projection models that are showing now about a 5% enrollment increase. It is conservative. I believe it's more important to be conservative rather than overestimating our enrollment and then finding out mid-year that we're not going to make it. So 5% is where we are projecting. We are seeing decreases in terms of what we call our chargeback revenue, and so these are dollars for students who are attending the college from a county that is not Tompkins or Cortland, one of our sponsoring counties, and so we receive chargeback dollars for that. Predominantly, this is because we're seeing decreases in concurrent enrollment. What is happening, and I'm sure you're aware of this, that the school districts are experiencing declining enrollment as well. There's fewer students in the school districts. There are fewer students taking concurrent enrollment. We're also seeing that high school teachers are starting to retire, and they have to meet our credentialing requirements the same as on campus. And so there are times when the incoming teacher doesn't have the same level of credential as that which the person who is retiring did. We are projecting an increase in what we call other revenues of about $1.2 million because we are repurposing an existing position to really focus on grants management and compliance. That's not a position that we currently have, but there are dollars out there both at the state and federal level that support community colleges and in particular workforce development. And so we believe by repurposing an existing employee into this new role, which she's very excited about, it's an opportunity for her to really expand her skills, that we'll be able to realize more grant revenue. We also have increases that are coming from our foundations. So we do have a new executive director of the TC3 Foundation that starts on July 13th. And so she is going to be focused on philanthropy and fundraising for the community college. Unfortunately, New York State aid for our full-time equivalent students has remained flat. This should actually say 8 years, not 7. Now that the state budget has been passed, community college support has been the same at $29.97 per FTE since 2019. And what that means is for a full-time equivalent student, it may be one full-time student taking 15 credits, or it may be 3 students who are each taking a handful of credits each. Each student, though, deserves and has the same services. So an FTE is not an FTE is not an FTE. And unfortunately, the revenue from New York State has remained flat. We do project an increase in our expenses of about 1.2%. I know you're all familiar with what's happening with inflation, both in your own budget, and of course that's also affecting the county. Just to give you an example, there is a price index called HEPI, or Higher Education Price Index. It's similar to the CPI, but nationally, higher education price index is up 3.6%. So despite the fact that ours is rising by 1.2, we think that's pretty good when we look at national levels. We are increasing our wage expenses by about 6.5%. All but about a dozen employees at the college are covered by collective bargaining agreements. There's a 3.75% salary increase that was negotiated that we need to cover. And then we also have a couple of additional positions, largely what is serving our growing adult population. This year in the fall, we expect that more than half of our students will be over the age of 25. We are seeing significant increases in terms of adults, which means that our services need to change. We need to expand them to make sure that we're serving the needs of our adults. Our contractual expenses, we have worked really hard to decrease our contractual expenses as much as we can, predominantly through things like renegotiating some of our software packages, trying to really make sure that if there are packages that we have that can do more than one thing, we're going to use that for more than one thing so that we can decrease some of the other contracts that we have. This also includes really reprioritizing our advertising as a college to really more focus on social media, trying to find ways to really make sure that, as I like to say, we squeeze a dollar out of a dime just about every day. Where we are really seeing the growth is in benefits. Health insurance this year is up last year was up 16%. This year it's up an additional 14%. It's really difficult to sustain those continued increases, yet at the same time, our employees deserve to have good quality health insurance as well. And we are a member of the Tompkins County Consortium, which I know obviously the Tompkins County is as well. So these are the numbers for our proposed operating budget. We are coming in at a balanced budget of about $34 million, $34.5 million. We are not requesting an additional increase this year from our county sponsors. We thank you for your support in December. You granted us a 5% operating increase, which we are extremely grateful for. But as you can see here at the top, our revenues, our core student tuition, this reflects the enrollment increase of about 5%. We are seeing declines in concurrent enrollment. Our student fee revenue will also rise as a result of our increasing enrollment with our students. Unfortunately, state aid is remaining the same. The 5.1 there that you see under sponsoring county contributions, that does reflect the 5% increase that you granted us in December. And then you see there that there are other revenues that we are projecting. This includes things like trying to find ways to utilize our facilities at times where the college is not using them, things like our athletics facilities, our swimming pool, spaces on our campus that when we're not using them to make them available for the community to use. I think those are high quality facilities that more people can benefit from having the opportunity to use. We are, as much as possible, trying to develop grant opportunities to offset some of our salaries. Like all higher education, all community colleges, about 75 to 80% of our expenses are driven by personnel. So this is salaries and benefits, and the more that we can generate grant revenue to be able to cover a portion of them, that certainly helps our expenses. And then there at the bottom, you can see the increases that I spoke about. One of the questions that we got from the Finance Committee presentation was on our tuition history and some interest in where TC3's tuition has been. So back in 2017-18, which honestly feels like 100 years ago, but TC3 tuition was $49.20, and as you can see there, over the years, our tuition has increased. All told, about a 14% increase over the last decade. You can see there at the bottom the increases, whether it's CPI, HEPI, COLA, there have been significant growth in terms of expenses. Our students are among the neediest, and we take very seriously the tuition level. But what is happening now is that we are at 5664. That is the tuition assistance program threshold at the state. So this means that our neediest students are fully covered. By comparison, SUNY state-operated campuses are charging $7,070. So the gap between the four-year schools and the community colleges are getting closer and closer, and I am concerned that there will come a day where we will be more expensive than our four-year counterparts. This is a graph that I'm going to apologize is a little bit difficult to see, but the orange at the top is the 26-27 proposed budget, and then the 25-26 is in blue, and it really shows some of the differences. You can also see where we have remained steady, particularly under New York State aid. You can see where we have also seen increases in terms of tuition. The second graph is our operating expenses. Again, in the orange is 26-27, 25-26 is the adopted budget in blue. Really where you see the growth there is in our expenses for staff, so fringe benefits and then faculty and staff wages. And so I'm going to turn it over here in just a moment to our Director of Facilities and our VP of Administration to talk about our capital budget. But we did meet with officials from Tompkins County on April 16th, where we spoke about the list of capital projects and deferred maintenance that I'm going to share with you here in just a moment. And we've requested an allocation of $251,100 for the upcoming year. This is based on the ratio. The way capital expenses work in New York State for community colleges is it's essentially a 50-50 split between the county, or in our case, counties, and the state. It's proportional based on the number of students that each county sends to us. So about 38% come from Cortland County, about 62% come from Tompkins County. So the capital request to Cortland County would represent that 38%, or $153,900. The good news is that we can double your money. With your approval of our capital budget, that will enable us to ask the matching amount from the state, which means that you're together with Cortland County, $405,000 becomes $810,000. So we hope you'll approve it. So now I'm going to turn it over to Nick and to John to speak about our proposed 26-27 capital projects.
Good evening, folks. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah. Thanks for having us. I think some of you probably know we embarked on a facilities master plan at TC3 that finished up at the beginning of 2026. It was with CNS engineers out of Syracuse. They provided us a 275-page analysis of all our systems, in case anyone is interested in that document. They looked at all our HVAC, all our really facilities type systems. They also looked at ways that we can make TC3 a little more attractive for students. We've chosen some projects for 26-27 that align with their suggestions. I'll go into it slight detail. I'll try to keep it short and sweet, but I'll go into detail about the capital projects and deferred maintenance. We have capital projects that we want to tackle in 26, 27 that are learning environment upgrades, a path to Route 13, and then we want to replace our skylights. The learning environment upgrades is we're trying to standardize classrooms and provide learning spaces that are adequate for our students. What would you say, John? We're looking at, instead of having tons of different technologies in different spaces, we're looking to kind of identify 3 or 4 different types of classrooms and then replicate that through campus.
Yeah, common spaces.
Yep. We're also looking to a egress project where we're looking to install a path from main campus all the way to Route 13. That's because we have a lot of students that try to gain access to the Dryden community and they walk in the roadway. Luckily, the Village of Dryden is actually, I'm not sure if it's grant funding. Yes, it is. Okay. But they are redoing the sidewalk on Route 13 up to the traffic signal. So we want to meet them where they are on that and make sure that our students can get down into the village safely. Skylights, we also want to tackle. We have a fairly new roof. The skylights were never really addressed. All I can say on that is water is really great in the pool, not really on the floor. And every time we get moderate rain, we have leaks all over the place. I'm not sure if anyone has ever noticed, but the skylights run almost from the front entrance all the way back to the Student Life Center. They're not small skylights. There's 2 sets of them, and actually there's 4 sets of them, and they might be, what do you think, 80 feet long each by 3 or 4 feet. They're extensive, so the repair is a little pricey, but I think it's definitely worth it. As far as deferred maintenance goes, our elevators need some upgrades, and we're committed to, making those in a fashion that fits our budget and fits the need. We also are looking to soundproof some of our classrooms. It was a really kind of a unique and cool concept when the building was fabricated, that a lot of the interior walls are movable and flexible. The drawback to that is you don't get a lot of privacy in your classrooms and instruction because you can hear what everybody's doing in the neighboring rooms. So we're trying to address some of that. We also have carpet in the hallways around the whole academic building. We're in the middle of phase 1 right now with removing all the carpets on the first floor. And it's a maintenance nightmare for us, for our custodial staff. We're also trying to, make those areas look a little more aesthetically pleasing. And we're also trying to make some improvements on interior wayfinding signage. I can attest to that students, faculty, patrons, staff stick their head in my office all the time and are confused where they're supposed to be going and where things are located. So we're trying to kind of improve on the wayfinding signage. We're thinking of maybe an interactive kiosk near the front door where people can tell where they are and where they need to go. If any of you folks have any questions, actually, I did have one more note. None of these projects really are energy related. That's because we pulled those, we had a bunch of energy related initiatives and upgrades to some of our systems that would see a decrease in energy use and an increase in efficiency. We pulled those out and we're looking at a performance contract. We met with 3 different companies. We're not sure which direction we're going to go, if we're going to do a project that's energy as a service or a performance contract. But like I said, we met with multiple vendors, and we are making that an important part of what we're doing at TC3. It's just not included in this because we figured there was a better way to fund it.
All right. Thank you, Nick. The next slide is also something that we added. This was in response to a question about our capital project history and the funding that has been generously provided to us by both counties as well as the state and what we have done with those dollars. Some of these projects predate me, but I would like to thank Penny for doing her research so that she could pull this list together for you. One thing that I think you see there, though, is that there's a lot of deferred maintenance projects. There are no fancy new buildings. There is nothing really that that would be, at least I would consider to be over the top. It's really about teaching and learning, providing facilities for students to be in class, to be in our labs, to be in our studios, as well as places for our faculty to teach. One of the things that Nick didn't mention when he was talking about the upgrades to the classrooms is that we, like so many at the start of the pandemic, really cobbled together distance learning technology using whatever we could find. Much of that still exists, and so literally every classroom is different. So faculty will walk in to teach. The focus is becoming the equipment or the technology instead of the teaching and learning, and that's a problem. We also know with more and more adult students coming to campus, one of the things that is most important is that they can also learn in a hybrid fashion. There are many, many days that adult students, and not just adults, but adults in particular, who they can't make it to class. They have a childcare issue. They have an illness. They have a transportation problem. And so we don't want them to miss class. Our faculty don't want them to miss class. And they are generous enough and talented enough that our faculty can teach both online and in person at the exact same time. We just need technology, though, to make sure that that can be seamless for our students as well as for those who are teaching. And so then in terms of next steps, and then I'm going to turn it over to Sadia and have her just share a little bit about her experience at TC3, is that we are presenting here to you this evening. This morning, we were at the Cortland County Finance Committee, made the same presentation to them. They did pass their resolution unanimously, so I appreciate that. And so hopefully we'll be able to check off both of those June 16th, and then we'll be back at Cortland County at the end of June on June 25th for the full presentation similar to this, and then hopefully back to you on July 21st for the public hearing. We are required to submit our budget to SUNY in August so that they can approve. They have ultimate approval on our student tuition and fees, but we can't set that without the budget. So we need to submit all of that together to SUNY in August. So that's in part why we always come to you at this odd time of year. So with that, I am so pleased to introduce Sadia Doak. You gonna stand? Okay.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, perfect. So I had started my time at TC3 in spring of 2025, the spring semester, odd time to start. But I am a single mom, and Tompkins County is my home. I grew up here. I moved here at 5 and left, but never really left. So I decided in 2024, when I became homeless again, it's time to go back to school, get my life right and go back to school. I have almost 5 years sober, thanks to 518 here in Ithaca. And the recovery community in Ithaca, and also TC3. A lot of people don't know that TC3 does have a recovery program, and they also have so much to offer. So my first day at TC3 was before I had even started, and I met Nick because there's no signs. And it's like, hello, where's the pool? So I had to go for a swim to clear my mind. I was a swimmer here in Ithaca at Boynton and Ithaca High School. And I had to clear my mind to see if TC3 was the right fit for me. And after that swim, I had left, went to the main office, started up my paperwork, and I was like, I'm homeless. What am I doing? What am I doing? This is the dead of winter. It's January. Am I really going to make it in school? So 2 days later, I come back with my son. He's about this tall. He's 4. A lot of you might know him, Parker. And he was like, don't close the door, Mama, don't close the door. We gotta do it. So I said to him, I was like, all right, Parker, I guess we'll really do it. So 2 days later was the Panther Day. I set up my courses, had the pleasure of listening to President Amy speak, and I was like, you know what? This is the right fit. After that, I had ended up meeting with, they have an actual homeless coordinator there, and she helped me find housing, which is amazing, by the way, within a couple weeks too at that. And I started my classes homeless. So without a computer, I was sitting on campus every day with my child doing my classes. And it was the hardest thing for me because I was like, I'm gonna fail. But I ended up my first semester having A's and B's. I don't know how. And fast forward to fall of 2026, I started Student Government Association, and that's how I started to meet more of the people that are here. And I just loved it and wanted to represent the students of the school because they deserve solid representation. Spring of 2026, spring of 2026, sorry you guys. I ended up really just focusing on the experience and the school because I was like, I'm just here for school. I'm here for my child and that's it. Well, I started doing leadership roles and going places and really realized, okay, TC3 really does care about these students. It's not just a game. Like, they really genuinely care. And I could have chose IC, I could have chose different colleges to go to, but something just kept telling me, go to TC3, get your feet back in. And I'm a little bit older, so get your feet back in the process of school before you jump to a four-year college. And I was like, okay, let's do it. Well, summer 2026 here started, and I've just had a lot of stuff happening personally, but everybody has continued to show up for me even through my personal struggles. And it's just been really, truly amazing that people really do care at TC3, and it's not just anything to them. And I just thank you guys immensely, and thank you, President. And thank you, Nick, for showing me the way. But thank you guys. And it's just been a blessing that I get to bring my child to school, not to school, he does go to Dryden Elementary, but to the events at school, and that we get to have fun. And it's just fun learning there. Thank you. And thank you guys.
So I just had to bring Sadia to meet you and for you to meet her because she's just such an amazing example of the students at the college. Her son Parker is, I think we all know Parker. He was a student at our daycare center. And Sadia is a business administration student. She made President's List. And as she said, she got A's and B's even while she was struggling so much personally. It just goes to show you, though, that people can do it. They can do it, and I'm just proud of her. She will also be our Student Government Association president for 26-27. So proud of you.
Cool. Wow.
So thank you. With that, we're happy to take questions.
Great. Well, anytime Sadia comes with you, we're going to give you money. What a testament to your program. And we are very proud of you. I hope we get your graduation announcement because I would love to be there and celebrate you. Incredible. Are there any questions for legislators, comments? Mike.
Mine's kind of an overarching question. I was reading about Syracuse University and how it's operating in the red, and their 10-year projection is not great. I mean, because they said the 18-year-olds have actually peaked last year, and that was going to decrease. And I didn't know if that kind of figures into your planning. It seems like you've overcome that. I mean, you're increasing enrollment as opposed to decreasing.
Yeah, there is such a thing as the enrollment cliff, is what they call it, where there's just such tremendous shifts in terms of our population. We as a region, and really all of upstate New York and the Northeast for that matter, outside of New York City, are seeing significant decreases in terms of young people. And the number of graduates, recent graduates from high schools is declining rapidly. What we are finding is that our enrollment is rapidly shifting to adults. We'll be over half age 25 and above by fall, and I think that will continue. There is, I think, a lot of opportunity too for workforce credentials, so for people to take advantage of some of the new programs at the federal level do include Workforce Pell, where students can utilize federal financial aid to be able to take a short-term workforce program, not being required to enroll in a degree, which I think there's enormous potential for community colleges, both for adult students as well as for traditional age students that may, for many reasons, want to maybe pursue a short-term credential and go to work, or perhaps even try college for the first time, then going on for a full degree. But there is a lot of challenges, particularly with the four-year private institutions. We are partnering with them. We have signed 6 or 7 transfer agreements over the last 6 or 8 months with Syracuse University, Ithaca College, Hobart William Smith, RIT, a number of others, Cornell, because really I think the four-year institutions are seeing that the students who are graduating with an associate's degree, they're proven. They can do, I mean, you see the proof right here. They can do college level work, and they are really just busting the door down to recruit our students. I tell them that all the time, so. Thank you.
No, congratulations on the agreements too. I saw Alfred.
Alfred University too, yes.
Yeah, I mean, you've been racking up the totals pretty well, so.
Yes, well, we feel that our students deserve no less, so.
Well, thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Judith?
Thanks. It's great to meet you and to see all the different people who've taken the time out of their day to come here. It's not so easy to take that time, and really appreciate it. I was wondering, you provide this list of the capital project history. It's nice to see all the detail. I was wondering what the cost was year over year that you were asking for, because I'm new to the legislature. I don't really have a sense of how much we usually give you in terms of capital expenses. Do you have that information?
So this year we're requesting from Tompkins County, I've given away all my papers. $251,000. I don't have the amount that we received last year at my fingertips.
I can pull that together if you would like that. It's going to be, I think, in those minutes as well, but I'm more than happy to pull that together for the last 5 years of what you guys have provided if you want that.
It would be helpful. I don't know if it's possible to get it before a vote, though.
Probably not from our records.
But I guess in the future it would be nice to see.
Yeah.
We're not voting on this tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I think you're just setting a public hearing? Yes. Yeah, but we will get that to you tomorrow.
Perfect.
Or early next week.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Penny's been with us 2 weeks, so.
Greg Muzzy?
Yeah, it feels a little bit like Groundhog's Day if you're on DCP because you get to see the presentation. But Sadi, I think you're the best addition that we had today. So thank you for being here. Congratulations. I think it just highlights, and to echo my comments, the critical work that community colleges play throughout our state, throughout our communities. And it really does provide people an opportunity at every stage of life and learning, the opportunity to excel and better themselves. So I really appreciate that, Amy, under your leadership and your board and the incredible work that your amazing staff do every day, bringing the mission to life. Thank you. And I think it's really to be commended how agile as a bureaucratic institution you have become, I think, much under your leadership and with your board's involvement, trying to find the best path forward for our community college. And it's really to be noted because there are several changes that you've made. There's several programs that you've added or subtracted and really put data behind some of these decisions and been able to clearly communicate a direction. And I think it's to be commended. So I think we personally have the best community college anywhere. And I guess we're proud to be part of the Tompkins-Cortland Community College partnership, but kudos to you and your team and the students really for making it such an incredible place. Keep up the good work. It's a long road ahead, but I have strong faith that you'll get there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Christy?
Yeah, just to second that, with
along with Greg. I was in the subcommittee meeting as well, but I do want to point out that you all do incredible work for workforce training in critical need areas that are direct pipelines in our community, in healthcare and beyond. So thank you so much for developing those programs and providing an affordable option. We heard a lot tonight about how expensive things are and continue to be. And I know from having 3 kids that are in their 20s, how difficult it is for them in the choices that they face. And so thank you again. I'll point out, I have a TC3 graduate son, 2023, who went on to get his 4-year degree with almost no student loan debt, who's doing great right now. And my family is really, really grateful for that. And I'm just one of many examples. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Great. Anyone else?
I would like to share one more thing. So I really started my journey at TC3 in 2022, 2023 when I took the TC3 Biz program, which is their certification for dental assistant. And I was like, this I can do. But then I was like, I need to really do more. And I took a little time from recovery and went back. But their credentials are great and they do partner with Workforce. So when you said that, it is true. Workforce did put me on the path with TC3 and paid for the whole thing. So it was amazing.
That's great. Very nice. Okay, if there are no further questions, we thank you for joining us this evening. And I think what makes sense at this point, it's 7:15. Why don't we do the consent agenda, take a break, and then we will come back and hear from Corsa and a presentation from Holt, if that's all right with everyone. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Are there any resolutions to be added to or withdrawn from our agenda this evening? Okay. The consent agenda, resolutions and appointments to be voted on as a group unless any member of the legislature requests that a resolution or appointment be instead included separately and individually as part of the business of standing or special committees. We do have some advisory board appointments, ID 14136, Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Committee, Kyra Hill, undesignated representative, term expires December 31st, 2026. Tompkins County Historical Commission, Leslie McBean Claiborne, Commissioner, term expires December 31st, 2028. Resolution A, making a negative determination of environmental significance in relation to resolution number blank of 2026, action on the addition of predominantly viable agricultural land to agricultural district number 1 in the town of Danby and agricultural district number 2 in the towns of Danby and Ithaca, ID 14122. Resolution B, action on the addition of predominantly viable agricultural land to agricultural district number 1 in the town of Danby and agricultural district number 2 in the towns of Danby and Ithaca, ID 14123. Resolution C, authorization for public hearing, Tompkins Cortland Community College operating budget 2026 through 2027, ID 13983. Can I have a mover for the consent agenda? Moved by Christie, seconded by Iris. And all those in favor, please raise your hand. That is unanimous. Thank you. And why don't we go ahead and take a 13-minute break, and we will resume at 7:30. Thank you. 13 minutes, 7:30. Let's go.
Okay, everyone, let's go ahead and get back in session here. Oh.
Extraordinary.
Okay, we have the thumbs up, and if we could go ahead and start the presentation for an update for our Center of Government project. And I see Corso Comfy and Holt Architects is also here to be part of the presentation.
Yeah, thank you. I'll hand it over to Holt and Ariel. Corey and Ariel.
And Arel just handed me the microphone. Do you need it? Did you? Good evening. Thank you for having us back. It's great to see everyone again. I was here about 3 months ago, almost 3 months ago in a couple of days. I didn't tell you at the time, but it was my birthday. And it was the same night that you asked us if we could shrink the 68,000 square foot Center of Government to 45,000 square feet. And also just plug that 45,000 square foot building into a budget of $50 million. And I think I gave you a definitive, I think, at the end of that meeting. So I'm here tonight to share with you a 45,000 square foot Center of Government at a $50 million price tag. And I think the crazy news is many of you will barely even notice a difference with the exception of one thing. So, the other thing that I just want to sort of keep in front of people is I challenged my team when we sort of embarked on this change and reminded them that any delay in this project of $50 million is going to incur the county an additional $200,000 a month. So we've seen construction inflation at a rate of about 4.75% per year. So a $50 million project is increasing about $2.4 million per year, the same project. So I'm also presenting the same project schedule. So we intend to put this project still out to bid at the end of October, end of November, early October. So a lot of good news tonight. I'm going to share the one change that sort of solved this entire problem. Is everyone able to see the screen? Mm-hmm. Okay. Everything on the screen I'll talk about tonight if you want me to spend time on it. Number one is the only one that's really relevant because I promise you as we go through the rest of them, you'll be like, that's the same thing he showed us in March 3 months ago. So the program change is what solved this problem. We made the Center of Government building smaller by taking county administration, human resources, and planning and sustainability out of the new building. On the right-hand side of the screen, you can see where they landed. County administration and human resources moved into the old jail, and planning and sustainability and legislature offices will be in the Tompkins County building. So how on earth did that happen? One of the big moves was workforce development is no longer in county-owned property. So there will be space leased for workforce development, and that was a very large program in the space program. And the other piece of that was, I don't know, I mean, some of you may remember very early iterations of this had the whole second floor of this building, so right underneath us, was set up with legislature offices and a legislature sort of conference room meeting area. And there was a lot of debate whether that's necessary. Do we even need that? Should we be spending money on that? And the decision that was made, and the project that is, $50 million right now, has 2 hoteling offices. So right at the bottom of the stairs back here, when you come in the door, you'll have access to 2 offices, and you can schedule them to meet with constituents, but it won't be set up with your computer and pictures of your kids. You'll just schedule the office, you'll meet with someone in there, someone else will schedule it at a different time. So with the exception of that, and that allowed us to make the building smaller, everything else is about the same. So any questions, like programmatically, because that's the only major change that you'll see. Yeah.
You pulled out workforce development. Oh, sorry. I didn't get acknowledged. I'll take it. You pulled out workforce development. How many square feet was that?
Oh, do you remember?
No. That's okay.
It was one of the largest departments.
Okay, so should we hold questions till after the presentation? Sure. Is that all right?
That's great. That's a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting any questions.
Okay. Have you met the 16 people around? Welcome to the Tompkins County Legislature.
Apparently you like surprises.
So the floor plans look essentially the same. These have all been re-reviewed with all of the departments, so they're still fully functional for the departments. What you'll notice here is that the fourth floor only really exists as mechanical space, and we've set up the fourth floor for future expansion. So in the future, if you need to build, there is structure in that roof to build out, new floor space. We've shrunk the building 10 feet in the northwest axis, and we've shrunk it about 5 feet in the north-south axis, 4 and 5 feet, east-west 10 feet. So it did get a little bit shorter. It got a little bit shorter this way, and we removed a floor. So essentially, other than that, it is the same building. That allowed us to, well, it's not the same building. We had to reprogram everything and redesign the interior, but we fit the departments in the footprint and plan shown. These are the amenity spaces. So what we've done is, because the building's gotten smaller overall, there are fewer amenity spaces, but still proportionately, the same amenity spaces, and they're spread throughout the building. They're shared by all the departments, and there's a diversity of size and technology in these. So you'll see everything from, these 2 small breakout rooms, and they exist on, 2 of the floors, to medium-sized conference rooms, to some larger-sized conference rooms. This room is the break room, can be used as a large conference room, but this is also the shared kitchenette break room for the whole building. The entry lobby should be very familiar to you. The first picture on the bottom is walking right in the lobby. So this image is the one-stop shop. So we anticipate, and this is an operational, not an architectural issue, but we anticipate that between 70 and 80% of the things that people, come to the building for will likely be able to be resolved here, with a form or, with computer help on a website. Through the lobby, this is the entrance to the clerk, the county clerk. So this second image, entrance to the county clerk in this location, small waiting room at the main entrance. And then if we go past the one stop and around, this glass right here is looking into the stair right here in the floor plan. And then this is a small stacked waiting room that occurs at every floor of the building. So as you go up through the building, instead of having dedicated waiting rooms in every department, which we thought would be redundant and very low utilization, waiting happens outside the departments, and then the department is more focused on just an office and open office layouts. So that was the public space. The private space, in the more private space, sort of back of house. So in the floor plan, on every floor, you'll have access to this light green zone. As a public person, you won't have access to this dark green zone unless you're invited back here by a county employee. So county employees are back here. Just to give you a sense of the efficiency of this building, it's not only just a single corridor in the whole large building, but that corridor is functional space. So down alongside the corridor, you'll find the copiers, printers, even a small kitchen and kitchenette. So all this square footage in the corridor is not just circulation, but it's functional space, so we're using it, and it's also active space and energized space. So this is where employees will be. This is the coffee conversation is out of the open offices where they disturb people, and it's out in this public corridor. So we're doing it for acoustic reasons, we're doing it for efficiency reasons, and also to activate corridors and just make better space. When you go into one of the departments, you'll have a layer of open office workstations, and then along the perimeter are your private offices, but these private offices have a glass door and a glass window into each of them, so there's a lot of shared natural light and borrowed views that bleed out of the private offices This used to be a glass wall the whole way around, but part of, figuring out how to make this a $50 million project, it's virtually a glass wall, but it's a very inexpensive strategic glass wall. Still maximizing transparency and natural light. And then this is a view looking sort of down between that private office wall and the open workstation wall. Up here, you can see that this is the exposed structure of the building. This is the wood deck of the building, the wood floor deck above, and we're just putting acoustical material above these workstations and then in the offices. And here in the corridor again, you can see the wood structure of the building. We're expressing that marching down the corridor, and then again exposing the wood deck above. So we're celebrating, the construction quality of the material as an aesthetic material as well. This is the existing site plan. So you see the Annex C, 300 and 308 North Tioga. The new site plan looks very similar to the site plan that you should be used to. We're still entering from Buffalo Street, but we are designing the building as if it has a front on both Tioga and Buffalo. So this corner is very celebrated. There's still a sort of a backdoor employee and service entrance off the back, parking. And then what we're referring to as Community Plaza between Boardman and Center of Government building. So the dimension between these two buildings is about 30 feet. At this point, it got a little bit larger because as the building got smaller. So I think this is a generous, sort of plaza space, celebrates and isolates Boardman in a really sort of celebrated jewel kind of way. And then a lot of our landscaping is sort of just extending DeWitt Park into, and around the Center of Government. We still have this vision of creating a government campus in a park. So it sort of has a sense of, being in a park. These exterior elevations should look very familiar to you. Again, the main thing you'll notice is the fourth floor used to extend all the way to 10 feet from the edges of the building, but now it's just mechanical space up there, so it's more like a penthouse. I actually feel that these elevations are a little bit stronger and better proportioned than the earlier elevations, and this has happened to me a couple of times in my career whenever a project is seriously value engineered, but essentially what happens is you give a great architect another 2 months to work on a project, and they don't accept something worse than it was before, so they keep fighting until they like it more. And we have a great team of architects back at Holt that I'm super proud of. And here's the same picture from the corner of Tioga and Buffalo. Should look very familiar, just less fourth floor up at the top. We haven't compromised on any of our sustainability goals for the project. It's still an all-electric building. There's actually been an additional feature, I think, that has been incorporated into the Center of Government project, and that is we have established an enabling component within the Center of Government budget for the district geothermal project that is potentially planned for the future of the county. So instead of installing our hardware, instead of taking the wells and piping them to the Center of Government and installing our heat exchangers there, we're taking our wells and piping them to the basement of the old jail, installing heat exchangers there, and then pulling our water from old jail to the Center of Government, which enables us in the future to also pull water from those heat exchangers to the old courthouse and the new courthouse and utilize them in the old jail. So there is some incremental cost that the Center of Government is incurring for the work that we have to do in the basement of old jail right now and the extra piping and things, but I think it would be short-sighted to not make that investment in terms of the vision that the county has for the district geothermal project. We have a high-performance envelope as part of the building. EV chargers are being installed in a number, I think 10 of the parking spots for county fleet vehicles. We're prioritizing low-embodied carbon materials, and on most projects, it's sort of a typical, prioritize low-embodied carbon materials. But I want to remind everyone, this isn't a steel building. This isn't a concrete building. This is a wood building, which I think is, it's what you're reading about right now, but it's not what most people are doing in terms of construction. So this is something that I think we want to make sure that, you know, once this thing is built, that, you know, the county is really celebrating. I think it's something that should set a good precedent for other people that build things in our county. Water efficiency, we're not using that much water in the building. We've got hand washing and toilet flushing, but we are using low flow fixtures throughout. I've mentioned that we're prioritizing daylighting and access to views throughout the building. We're prioritizing the utilization of low emitting materials. A lot of that is in finishes and other product selections that we're specifying. And then there are, I believe, 8 bike lockers that remain part of the project, and we're installing showers in the building, showers and changing rooms to promote biking in the employees to the building. And finally, relative to the site, the building and the site are being designed to lead gold standards in addition to the county green building standards, in addition to, if anyone is familiar, the New York State new energy code that just took effect, which I think almost like makes LEED and the county building policy obsolete. And then I mentioned the native landscape design that integrates the site into the DeWitt Park site, which I think will be very beautiful. And we have not compromised the bird-friendly glazing. And then in terms of schedule, you know, while we were doing all of this, we were also finding the opportunities we could to continue to push through contract documents. So we're 50% of the way through contract documents. So if you remember, all of these phases were design, so SD, presentation, schematic design, sorry, presentation, design development, presentation, halfway through contract documents. By the end of October, we'll be putting the project out to bid. We will receive bids, and we hope to award a project by end of December, early January, and then we'll be in construction. This slide, I think, was probably more for the F&I committee. We were just talking specifically about the things that we were doing in May, June, and then all the way to construction. Probably don't need to cover in this meeting.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now, Shauna.
I have the firing squad ready for you. Iris, Randy, and Greg.
Well, you answered one of my questions, so I'll be brief. Thank you for walking us through it. It's really cool to see it, and it's helpful to have an architect describe what we're seeing and like orient us. I was curious about the showers for folks who bike, but also as a runner, I can say it's also nice to have showers so you could run on your lunch break and then, you know, go back. Where would those be? And is there an opportunity at some point to put in a small gym, you know, like just a couple of machines or something for people, you know, on the very cold days, icy days?
So I think that, I mean, anything is possible when we build the 4th floor, right? I mean, so there's no free square footage in the building, unless you want to put a treadmill in the break room, right? I mean, convince your coworkers. But, you know, I think when the 4th floor is built, anything's on the table in a row. Where are those showers?
4th floor.
We did put them on the 4th floor still. So, yeah, up on the 4th floor, there are still the shower rooms. So these 2 non-gender shower rooms, janitor's closet, and a facility office.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. That's the only thing on the 4th floor right now.
There's no basement?
There's no basement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Randy?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. One of the things I'm curious about, as always, is parking, and is the number of, and I'm curious if there's a change in the number of staff that will be on in this complex. Is there numbers going up or down, about the same number of staff that will be here in all these buildings?
I'll take a first shot at that. And just to rewind all the way back to where we are today. The staff that the county has are even the ones we're talking about, are essentially within 3 or 4 blocks of each other.
Right.
In downtown Ithaca right now. We're moving, you know, in terms of the project in March and the project now, we've moved some people from COG to Old Jail and Old Courthouse, and workforce is that public where the workforce is going?
Yeah, Seneca. So they are Seneca Place, but they already have us.
Yeah. So
The other new people would be COFA and veterans would be new to this area, right?
to this block, they're like 4 blocks away right now.
Is that,
right?
is that the only ones? I think so.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But parking, it looks to me on the sketch, we're still losing parking spaces.
So parking overall, I believe, is on this, right on site, is reducing from 104 to 93.
Okay.
104, is that, Rel has the numbers on his screen.
And this is a question probably for Corsa. Who decided who's going to be in this building? Is this a proposal, or are you telling us this is the way it's going to be?
So this is a proposal. So the as Holt indicated, the building is being built to be very flexible. So in an event whereby there are changes in department growing into the building or out of the building, can still be accommodated in the project. So at this point, the department placement is a proposal. If it changes, because we are not anticipating to utilize the building until around 2030, 2031, 2030, 2029, 2030. There may be significant changes with programming, with offices, with spaces and placement. So the building is very flexible, and it will change as things move. It could change as things move forward.
Yeah,
Isn't it really important, though, to know definitively who's going to be in this apartment when you design it?
So, yeah, just to kind of follow up quickly. I think the who's in the building is sort of a proposal in the same way that like this is what the building looks like and is a proposal, because we've spent many meetings meeting with every department and understanding adjacencies and workflow and also like who fits in terms of like workforce was just so big that so it the problem of who goes in and who goes where as an architectural, like programmatic problem has to do with adjacency and workflow and where people make sense. So our design sort of recommendation and working with, Corsa and facilities, there's a component of who makes sense in terms of who they want operationally near each other. That's really where it evolved from. From a design, not just an arbitrary like this. It wasn't sort of a political question because everyone wanted to be in the new building politically, but it was an operational question. In terms of like Corsa's point, if you like sort of zoom in on one of these floor plans, you can see that there's a slight change in color between County Attorney and ITS, but you can also see that these are all just offices. And these are all just offices, and the layer inside those offices is just, well, here we have some cellular space, but if you look here, the layer inside these offices is just workstations. So we can really divide this building up in many ways as county needs evolve. The real question is how much money do we have and how many offices are we gonna build and how big are we gonna build it? And that's one of the, like taking this approach to a long-term flexible building for the county is what allowed us in 2 months to come back to you and say, the building now houses these departments instead of those. But we know that even in 5 years, and as Corsa is suggesting, probably in 2, the county's gonna need a different building than they need today. So we designed it in a way that it can accommodate change with minimal capital investment.
Okay, I guess for me, I don't think all these departments here want to be in this building necessarily. I don't think assessment's excited about being in here. I don't think COF is excited about being here. And also those are the people that elderly people really come to visit, and they don't want to come down here. It was a Newfield Town Hall meeting, and they all on me about we don't want to go down. We don't want to go down there. So I mean, those are seniors. Have to have access. I don't see a lot of access here. I'm worried about that. And I think this is, if anything, this should be an administrative building. These are front-facing assessment, the COFA, these are front-facing departments. And to bring people downtown that don't want to come downtown, they're not going to come. So I'm really struggling with that. I think the building is what it is. I think it should be administrative focused because you do work closer together. I think administration works a lot more with these departments than some of the others. So I'm really struggling with putting those people in this building, and I hope it doesn't happen.
So Randy, I just want to kind of outline where the line of operations, so that's going to be Corsa's decision, is where people land, because what I noticed very early on is that at one point, we had department heads that were coming to each of us saying, hey, I want to be at the center of government. I don't want to be at the center of government. And at some point, it shouldn't be 16 legislators being lobbied by different departments. I mean, it will be, and we'll be at a standstill because each one of us will be advocating for a different situation. And so that, as Quay mentioned, that is going to be an operations decision, and Corsa will make that decision.
I would like to add, though, that just doesn't make sense. I want to see logic.
Let me just finish,
there's no logic to this. So I understand we need to build this building, but if those departments, we respect our department heads, right, and their opinions, and they give it to us, and we go, well, we don't care about that, because we're going to leave the decision to somebody else. And I think that's where this is a policy thing for me, is to where we're going to have COFA. I mean, where is it the most accessible for people that come to visit COFA? And we're going to put it here because, that's what we're going to do. And they're just not going to come. To me, it just makes no sense. And the constituents are paying for this. And then this should be the item number one, should be accessibility for constituents. And this does not address that. And now you get rid of parking. That we're going to lose all this parking over here. I mean, and I don't see any roadside curbing where the people can pull up there. I just don't get it. And my constituents have made it loud and clear. Enfield did a proclamation or wherever they did to resolution say that, hey, please don't. We don't want to come down there. So I'm just speaking for my
I'm not sure that your Newfield people would want to go anywhere outside of Newfield, right?
That's not fair.
Well, so
they stated very clear they prefer to go to the mall. They've said that very clearly.
Well, the mall's not going to be an option. We voted against the mall.
I understand that.
So here's the issue moving forward, though. We've committed to doing a $50 million building. We're not going to let our employees dictate where they want to be. We are going to listen to our constituents, and everything that Quay is presenting here, he said, this is not our final presentation. We have a lot of different options right now. We have Dutch Mill. Is assessment always going to be there? Is Office of Aging always going to be there? We don't know. We're looking at a situation at the airport that I think most of you know about. We don't know if that's going to pan out. If it pans out, then it moves people everywhere. And so we have a lot of balls in the air. So I would ask, let's not get into the weeds on where people are going, because let's be honest, Jay Franklin is the director of assessment right now. He's probably reached out to many of us, said, I don't want to be, downtown at the center of government. We love it up here. We love the parking. We love, whatever. Is Jay going to be with the county in 30 years? Probably not. We have to understand that there are certain needs of our county, there's certain needs of our constituents, and this is not our final draft. We're still in the working process. So I would ask that people, calm down. We're going to figure this out. We have 3 years, 2 years, 3 years until we actually launch this and start moving desks and people into positions. So bear with us. I think we have a lot of growing to do, and I don't want to get wrapped up in the who's going where right now, because we have a lot of moving pieces. Is that all right, Randy?
For now.
Okay.
My perspective of this project is smaller because I'm sort of just designing the 3 buildings. And I appreciate that, we're asking the question, like, big picture, where should they be? But to add a little bit of logic to the, where did COFA end up? But also, they don't have to be here. If you look at this yellow area, it could be anything. It's offices and workstations. So so moving forward with construction, you have a very flexible building. If you want to put someone else in there, it'll work. But the logic to why COFA is there is because they are on the first floor of the building, and we were prioritizing accessibility. And the new center of government had the highest level of accessibility of the 3 buildings that we sort of had in play between Old Jail and Old Courthouse. And we're prioritizing, this probably doesn't help you telling people this, but what you heard from the architect was we're prioritizing accessible parking right in front of Center of Government. Center of Government is the most accessible building of the 3, and COFA is on the first floor of that building. So we recognize the problem, but from a design perspective, designing these 3 buildings on this site, it was the best solution available to us. But if there is a solution where you find a home for Corsa, a home for Corsa in another building.
I have a home.
A home for COFA in another building, like, this is very flexible space, and you could program it differently.
And we have spoken to the city. That's been part of our conversation, is saying, we're building this $50 million building in the city center. Like, you're going to have to help us with parking. Like, that's been the negotiation throughout all of this. The other conversation has been whenever we had the discussion today, and I don't want to get into confidential territory, but they understand that we have employees that need a parking spot. And so with Seneca closing down, it's very concerning, especially to me, because parking, I've been concerned about parking for our employees ever since we started this project. And they're aware that we can't do the ribbon cutting of a building where our employees don't have a place to park. So I think we're all on the same page in realizing the needs of the county right now. And hopefully we're, like I said, 2 to 3 years out, and we'll have worked out the kinks. Greg.
Yeah, thank you for your team's work on adapting to our ever-evolving opinions and direction. I think you came up with something pleasant and nice, and I think it fits the bill. The one thing I personally don't love is the renderings with the 4th floor. It looks kind of like a trailer plopped on the top of a beautiful government building. So I'm just wondering on like materials and textures, and again, I know I don't want to necessarily get in the weeds, but my personal opinion, I just don't find it aesthetically pleasing or fitting. Again, I'm not a designer. I'm just a lay person here throwing my opinions out.
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering if, I don't know if there's a way to bring some window or some different texture, or bring up the facade a little bit so that it kind of looks more like it fits. And I know that it's only from very few places that you likely will be able to see a stepped back 4th floor, but there are places around there that have higher view shed that would likely see that 4th floor.
Looking down, sure.
So that is just a comment or feedback. The other question is, I think it's on packet page 20, where you show the view from Tioga and Buffalo. Did the courthouse facade slide into the picture, or?
In yours, not mine.
Okay, maybe it's just in our printed version, it didn't translate well. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing spatially the picture. And then I guess this is a question about, I think having the cost conversation is really important. And I would just be curious to know how much additional in the design budget did the redesign, like what additional cost, if any, did we incur to redesign the project from where it had originally sort of set out to be? And it's not questioning your costs, it's just for information.
There was an additional service and fee. Do you remember what it was?
Yeah, we had 3 amendments. So first we went up to...
Can you use your mic, Arel? Thank you.
First we went down to 37,000 square feet. That was beginning of the year. Go down to a smaller one. So that was additional like 37,000. Then in March, direction to go to 45. So that was about 38,000. And then there was some site work from
the site design
Fisher.
wasn't
I can't remember what that was. Yeah,
it wasn't 10.
Like another 15, so we're about probably 85.
That's 90.
Oh, yeah, so I guess I just want to highlight the fact that even though we're getting close and these are options, every time we change options, there's costs. Right, and there's significant costs the further in the project timeline we go and recommend and suggest changes. So I think it's incredibly important to my colleagues that we lock and load and we trust and we figure it out and we dial in whatever project we're going to move forward with, because if we keep throwing change curveballs in the process, it's going to get so expensive, and $50 million can go out the door very quickly. So I would remind us that we've agreed on this path, we've set out on this path. we can have some minor debate, but really the big debate is over. Hopefully we can continue just to move through and move forward.
Yeah, and to your point, we have accommodated the changes without compromising schedule so far. With 4 months left right now, it's going to be hard to not lose a month, and just that month is going to cost $200,000 in construction escalation, right?
Thank you for pointing that out, Greg. I think that's really important for all of us to realize. The changes are not just a matter of like doing a few clicks on the computer and calling it a day. It's a whole like clicking, reviewing, you know, all of that. Travis, Dan, and then Judith.
It is no secret that I'm not a supporter of this project for financial reasons, but I really do appreciate y'all's ability to pivot, do some redesigning, and then I do appreciate the design that you came up with. So thank you for your hard work.
Thanks.
Dan?
Likewise, thank you. I appreciate your thinking big picture with the geothermal. And I realize you're not a geothermal engineer here, but I'm looking at page 8 of 15 in my presentation. It's the current site plan overview. And I'm curious if you have any thoughts about where the wells are going to be and how many are there, just generally, because we got some piping that's going to have to go through these parking lots and whatnot. Just a very general concept.
Is Terry's presentation here, or is it FNI?
FNI.
FNI, yeah. So Terry will be presenting to FNI on Thursday with a lot more information on this, but the geology of this area of town is not conducive to a closed loop geothermal system, which we learned like as we started drilling, but it turned out to be this huge blessing because we're going to have 2 wells, one supply well and one return well, and it's going to be an open loop system. So we're bringing this water from an aquifer that is constantly refreshed and moving through the geology, so we're never going to be heating up or cooling down the earth underneath the building, bringing the actual water up through our heat exchangers, and then putting it back in the building. One of the wells will be around here. The other well will be way out in the existing parking lot.
I'm sorry, I was looking down. Where are they?
One of the wells, it was right here, right, wasn't it? Where it landed? Okay. Oh, it's down in this corner. Okay, it's going to be down in this corner. And the other one is way over in this parking lot between Old Jail and Old Courthouse. So many of you have probably like heard about the issue they had up at Museum of the Earth, where they had an open loop system and they were bringing up this like very salty, corrosive water. So we've done water testing, and right now anyway in this aquifer, like the water is very clean. So there will be more maintenance associated with an open loop system, but there's incredibly more efficiency also picked up with an open loop system. And Terry will know a lot and present a lot more about that on Thursday to FNI.
Judith?
It's fascinating. I'm looking forward to this presentation. And I want to echo my colleagues in thanking your team for really working with our constraints. It's true, the building looks very similar in its design. I think the hallways are maybe a bit narrower, and obviously some departments have been moved out, but it feels tighter. And I think it certainly meets my expectations and what I was hoping we would see, so thank you. I wanted to just respond quickly to Randy. I had a conversation with county administration, a short conversation. I came out very reassured that they're looking at all of the options for where departments should go and what will best suit all of our constituents and all of our departments. You might appreciate having a chat with them too, just to make sure your concerns are addressed. But I feel very satisfied with what we've got in front of us.
Thank you. Veronica?
Thank you. A few things. First, this looks great. Love it. I love the potential for geothermal expansion. I love the bike lockers and showers involved. I love the way the entrance looks, and still, like, it might be minor, but still with the county seal and the municipality names. I think is great. two things. One, in terms of the low embodied carbon materials, I was just learning about insulation that's made out of wood, like wood pulp. I'm wondering if that's on your radar. I don't know if I'm no building material designer, but it was super cool.
There's also insulation made out of hemp and insulation made out of, I'm trying to remember. So I'm not, embarrassingly, like I'm not as close to the architecture as I used to be earlier in my career, but I don't know. My assumption is this is probably a rigid insulation building, although it might be a, is it a fiber? Do you remember what we're doing? But so our office is always keeping ourselves up to date on like all these technologies that come out. We tend to not utilize a lot of them until there's like 5 or 8 years of like having been installed in the field. It has to do with like we do a lot of larger institutional projects, and these things are tested locally in our geographic area on smaller projects with less risk. If you're familiar with the building up at Cornell, Olin Hall, that like it's the Rust Library, do people know the story there? That same building technology was used in Pittsburgh or Philadelphia, I can't remember, and it's this beautiful patina like steel that got that way because of what am I looking for?
Oxidizing.
Air pollution.
Yeah.
The air pollution in Pittsburgh was like, it coated the building and it protected the steel and it patinaed the way it did. We installed it in Ithaca with cleaner air and it just rusts. So like it's hard to like go out on a limb on an institutional project with, the manufacturer can tell you something, but yeah. But I appreciate
Yeah, and we had a similar situation when we did the whole health on Brown Road, the health department back in 2009. We were trying to get the LEED silver, so rather than using vinyl composition tile, which is just 12 by 12 tile, we went with a bio-based tile. It looks identical, and it was out in the market maybe less than 2 years. We put it down, and if you've been up to Brown Road Whole Health, most of their floors are VCT. They're not carpeting, so we put about 28,000 square feet. As they were installing it, I'd inspect every night. That was in my younger years when I would work 12, 14 hours, and the tiles would start to curl, so I'd mark them with magic markers. The contractors hated that because it was magic marker, and I said, we're not gonna accept that. But over time, many of the floor tiles curled, so we said we're not gonna accept the floor. We sued them, they sued us, everybody sued each other. The county won. We brought in an expert from Virginia, and it was the tile that was defective, but also the installation. So we had a company from Rochester come in and in 3 weeks rip out all the tile and put the actual VCT, not the bio-based. So from that point, I said, we're not gonna put anything in our buildings that hasn't been at least installed somewhere else for at least 4 to 5 years, instead of going with something new. So I think we'll look into what you're suggesting, Veronica. I'm not sure what we're using, but if it's something that's been out for a while, I would suggest we use it in this part.
I think it might be too new. I'll still nerd out about it to you offline. My other thing was, I guess, in addition to that, I'm also coming out of this project as the representative of the district that it's in the middle of. So people who it's in the middle of our daily lives. And I guess one thing is not quite about this, but about the parking. I'm not concerned about the parking. I think it is important that we have sufficient parking or other transit modes for our employees. But I do wonder, I am inferring that for some of our employees, they need parking to be very close to the building. Like, if you can't see the building from your parking space, it doesn't count as parking. I know that for at least a few of them, a 10-minute walk twice a day, once in the morning, once in the evening, is nothing, and that's completely fine. And that would, go way beyond. There's various other options well beyond the maps we're looking at. That was just that comment. And finally, I'm happy to see that it looks like there's, inside the building, there's bathrooms that the public can access just when the building's open in the public lobby area. Is that right? I think that's valuable. I still think it would be cool to have
bathrooms the public could access all the time. I think that ship has sailed. But is there any possibility for putting a water fountain outside the building? Is that easy? That could be that would be a valuable amenity.
Like a drinking fountain?
Like a drinking fountain, yeah.
If the county wants it, of course.
Yeah. And finally, is there seating in the covered entranceway? I don't know what I'm looking at picture-wise.
It would be furniture. So
okay.
there is the idea of possible seating out there, but there's the likelihood also that it could walk. Someone would take it to their tent.
Sure, yeah, you could bolt it down. But I think that's good. I have heard complaints that in general there's not enough places to sit down around here, although there are park benches. Thanks.
Okay, anyone else? Greg?
Yeah, Aurel, from a building care standpoint, have you looked at this with your team in terms of operational efficiency and in terms of servicing the building on a daily basis? I think it's important that we not forget those that maintain and move through the buildings and keep them the best possible shape that they can through this process. So I just want to make sure you've had a chance and there's sufficient ways to service this building from you and your team.
Yes, we've been involved throughout the whole process from schematic design development, and now we've met several times with our maintenance group and also our cleaning staff and suggested either certain products that we wanted, others that we wanted to keep away from. On the mechanical side, equipment, we've also suggested certain equipment manufacturers to go with versus others. So I think, no, it's been a great collaboration with Holt and the Tetra Tech engineers in that whole process.
Arel's been in our office every Wednesday for the last 2 years for 2 hours a Wednesday.
That's where you go.
I just had one question about the security. I know that most of our county offices are on lockdown. I don't want to say lockdown, but you can't get in them. Old jail, this building, even mental health has the front desk. What is the security going to be like at the new building?
It's going to be an open lobby, similar to the mental health building, the whole health on Green Street. So the public can walk right in. They would go through security. They could be in that lobby area and the entrance, and then circulate freely throughout the the floors on the right side where it's the lighter green. So it won't be locked down like these and the other buildings in the complex are. So it'd be more similar to Whole Health on Green Street and Human Services building.
Okay, so will people have to go through the metal detectors, and will we have security on the first floor?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you look at there are a couple levels of security. This green area, you've already gone through a metal detector. The light green is sort of public, it's zone 1. You'll have to go through a metal detector to even get in the building and get to zone 1. The dark green is zone 2. You'll need your own card access to get into that dark green area, but every employee will have card access to the dark green area. And then we're providing the technology that each of these departments off the dark green area could even have another layer of card access. And so, for example, someone from county clerk could not get into COFA without proper identification.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Christy?
I just have a question just about the site itself. What's happening with the site? What's been done so far?
So far?
Has anything happened on the site yet?
No, nothing yet. I think if you remember last year, this year.
Yeah.
This year. Initial plan was to start the construction in the spring. But based on cost, we decided to hold on to that and bid it together with the construction. So the construction and construction actually will kick off together.
Okay, so nothing yet. And so when are we looking at it starting?
I believe January 27.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I mean, we've moved assessment out of Building C. So, I mean, that was part of the initial plan, is to relocate departments that are currently in Building C. So assessment moved out. ITS has moved over to the old jail. So they're on the 3rd floor. Their server room is in the basement. And the remaining department is Board of Elections. They won't move until Office of the Aging moves into Dutch Mill, which is going to happen in probably 2 to 3 weeks. Then once Office for the Aging moves out, then we will make arrangements to move Board of Elections into the Human Services Annex. And it'll be totally vacant after that.
And so when will the RFP go out for the construction?
End of October.
Okay.
Yeah, end of October, early November.
Okay.
And that'll be for the demolition of the 3, or the deconstruction of the 3 buildings and the construction. It'll be one contract.
Okay, Deborah?
Yeah, this is a little bit off topic, but since you brought this up, Arel, when we move Board of Elections into the space COFA currently operates, are we going to be moving all of the machines in there too?
No. Initially, when we were looking at Dutch Mill, that was proposed. I think many of you remember that that's where Board of Elections was going, and had they gone there, it would have been everything. Their voting machines that are on Hanshaw and their offices that are on that are currently at the Human Services Annex. But the Human Services Annex will only accommodate their offices that are here. There's not enough room to accommodate the voting machines. However, once Veteran Services moves out into the center of government, then there is enough room to move the voting machines there if we remain at Human Services Annex.
And so what are we paying per year to rent the space that we keep the?
$50,000, I think.
It's just about
$50,000.
That's in my budget, and so I should know that off the top of my head. It's more, well, it's not that much.
And there's no place in this plan that we could move those machines and save $50,000?
So let me emphasize on that. At the moment, no. Because the space that could contain the machines is where veterans are. But Board of Election move is also part of the swing space planning. If you all decide that the location is a permanent home for Board of Election, then we will look at consolidating the machines with them. The other side of it is I think there's a bigger conversation that has not yet been had yet about the use of that space and other options as we will be discussing in the near future. So there will be a conversation around that, I think within the next couple of months, as to the permanent home for Board of Election. So that will be coming up for conversation within a couple of months.
Yes.
So we don't want to move the machines yet until we are certain where the permanent home of the Board of Elections will be.
It's 48,000. They've been there 18 years.
Okay, thank you.
Craig, you want to wrap us up?
Yeah, imagine what you could have built for 48,000 over 18 years. We could have had a pole barn on some land that we own and made it an ultra secure facility 18 years ago. So in Dutch Mill, we have 2 departments that occupied how much space previously?
How much space is at Dutch Mill? Is that what you're asking?
Well, there's two questions. How much space is at Dutch Mill?
13,000.
And how much space did the 2 departments that are currently at Dutch Mill previously occupy?
Not 13,000.
So why can't the machines go in the large space in the middle of Dutch Mill like we originally had talked about when we went up there and saved the 48,000? Because if we're sort of filling the space because we have it rather than we need it, personally, as a fiduciary of county funds, I have a real problem with that. So I would really look to my colleagues to see how much of, again, I know this is operational, but it also is a budgetary impact in the future, which we do have purview over, to really think, are we doing the right thing by just renewing a lease because we've been there for 18 years, or can we find the space, or can we find maybe a temporary home for a 2 or 3 person department that may be able to better be served with occupying Board of Elections machines, because I was under the impression that the move to the COFA space, current COFA space with the Board of Elections, was going to allow all the machines to be together. And I think that may be my colleague's recollection, but I don't want to speak on behalf of the legislature. So either that was a misrepresentation, misunderstanding, or confusion in the process. But I really want to challenge the idea that we should be renewing that lease and really push strongly that we have two departments occupying 13,000 square feet that don't need 13,000 square feet.
Corsa and Arel, do you all want to research this and come back to us?
Yes, we are happy to look at it, but I think we have talked about that several times, Pat, because there is a bit of space bigger at Dutch Mill than what COFA had right now, but it's insufficient to accommodate all the machines the way they are currently laid out at where they are. So that's one of the rationale behind us not being able to move the machines to the Dutch Mill, because one thing that's just want to clarify, where they are at Hanshaw is not just where the machines are stored, but that is their training room and all of those pieces as well. But part of the conversation was if Annex building is a permanent home for them, then we will move veterans out and can move the machines over there. When the veterans leave, the machines can be accommodated at the site. So, yeah, we will look at it and provide you.
So when does the lease have to be signed? When does our lease expire with the voting machine storage location? Because what I'm worried about is
it's year on year, right?
This is our last meeting for a month. So if you report back on anything and the decision's made in the meantime, personally, I'm going to object to that. I don't want to be the one that causes a stink in the room tonight, but if I have to be, I will.
It's year to year.
Pardon?
It's year to year at the moment.
End of the year is what Norma said?
Yes.
So you're not.
So you're not signing a lease between
Not
now and
long-term
July?
lease, no. It's year to year at Henshaw Road at the moment.
Staying free tonight, then.
Housing space. But, I mean, to answer your question on Dutch Mill, I think if we took down a lot of walls, so spent a lot of money, we probably could carve out enough space for just the voting machines. But we were trying to do minimal improvements. And as it is, we did a little more than we'd expected for Office for the Aging. Had it been for Board of Elections, it would have been a much easier move. When we were looking at it, it was with that in mind. And so that kind of threw a wrench in the works when they decided not to go up there. And as far as the Human Services Annex, if we were to move Veteran Services out, yes, we could accommodate the voting machines, but that's not a decision that we've been asked to make. And then we'd have to find a home for Veteran Services somewhere temporarily.
So Arel and Corsa, you all will look into this a little bit more, and if you could write an email and update us on your recommendation moving forward?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, let's go ahead and move on. Okay. Thank you, Quay, for joining us tonight.
Happy belated birthday.
Yeah.
3 months too late and 40 questions later.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and have the report by our county administrator, Corsa Kumpi.
Okay, thank you. I'll just for your information, part of the process, the next step whereby HALT will present also to F&I unless directly requested for, will update when the bid documents are all being pulled together. And if there are significant changes or any unexpected changes, we will bring it to F&I to provide you update on that as well. Other report, this has been exhausting enough. We issued a press statement earlier on today for legal support fund that you all approved a couple of months ago. The county attorney's office is the main contact for applicant. That's legal organizations that are interested in accessing some of those funds, not individuals. So if any individual that is dealing with a law agency, support agency, and requires some support or funding through this application process, we did issue the statement out and can reach out to the attorney's office for questions or to come to administration for support as things move forward. But as we did indicate, I believe within a period of 3 months, we will provide you an update based on utilization, if there's any interest or utilization of the funds. Additionally, budget process is going really, really well, very quiet. Numbers continue to trickle in. Norma is working few less hours these days, and we are really excited about that. So as things happens and we get the numbers and we look at them, we have not been scared yet. So as we see things and we get excited, we will keep all of you in the loop. But we are on target to start having budget conversations later this month and through to July, and hopefully get a recommended budget to you in August through September, thereabout. So yes, that's my report.
Any questions or comments for Corsa? Irene?
Yeah, when you say budget numbers are coming in, do you mean from the state and what the allocations are from the state, or what are you referring to?
From department. So the state budget has been adopted. Every single department knows what they're going to receive and their allocations. There are a couple of grants opportunity that were published that we are working with the department to be ready to apply for some of them. But the numbers coming in are from department. Their revenue projections, their expense projections, their over target requests, and unplanned expenditures, and very exciting things from our agencies as well. So,
Okay, so we know like what the Medicaid impact's going to be and that sort of thing? Yes, Norma's nodding yes.
Yes, we usually have all those numbers. Okay. I think with Medicaid, we have our projection for the next, I believe, 18 months. So we have those numbers to capture into. Okay. And those are some of the things that we did capture in the estimate that we presented to you during the budget retreat.
Yeah, but that was before the budget was finalized, so we didn't really know. So, but so now Norma's nodding and you're saying yes too. So, okay, good, thanks.
Okay, any other questions or comments for Corsa? Okay, next up is County Attorney Maury Josephson.
I will be speaking plenty during executive session this evening, so I will hold on a report unless anybody has any specific questions.
Any questions or comments for Maury? Okay, thank you. I just want to do a quick time check. It's 8:35, and we have standing committees, and then we will have executive session this evening. And next is Director of Finance, Daryl Tuttle.
Good evening. Don't worry, I'll make mine quick. I just have two quick reports. Let me just share my screen. First off is a contingency account report as of June 2nd. This was requested the last legislative meeting. This goes through June 2nd rather than an end of a month because that was the last leg meeting, so I made sure to include all contingent requests that were approved. So from the beginning of the year through June 2nd, you guys have approved the use of $75,500 in contingent funds, leaving a remainder of $1,323,500. That was with 3 resolutions.
Great.
Any questions?
And I just want to add that this doesn't mean that we are not getting requests. We are getting requests from places. Norma has their feet on the ground to reject some of as many as possible. So the request continues to come in to utilize these funds, but we are protecting it with our lives. That's why we are where we are.
It's not that important.
They didn't spend all the money when Deborah was away either. Iris?
They didn't have time. My vacation wasn't long enough.
So what happens if the fund, if that is left, or whatever's left in the contingency fund for next year's budget, how is that treated?
Goes back in the general fund.
Goes in the general
goes-
fund, not
yes.
fund balance, but,
It goes into the fund balance,
okay, thank you.
or it goes to reduce our deficit if we have any.
Yeah, it's a budgetary mechanism to set aside funds for unplanned events. Anything remaining goes into the formula that goes into the fund balance.
Okay, thank you, Daryl. Appreciate it.
And then I have the sales tax, and
Okay.
that'll be it. And I'll go through it quickly. This is April 2026 sales tax numbers. I'll start off with the total collected in the county. It is $6,960,010. This is a increase of 12.28% compared to last year's. Now, year-to-date, January through April, total collected is $27,886,954. Now, this is a percentage increase of 5.72%. Now, next is just the portion of that stays with the county. For April 2026, we received $3,915,000. This mirrors the total collection, 12.28% increase. And year-to-date is $15,686,394, which is 5.72% increase. For the municipalities, the towns and villages, not the city, collected and distributed was $1,573,852 for the month of April. That is an increase compared to last April of 14.03%. Year-to-date, $6,356,643, which is a 7.08% increase. Now for the city, collected was $1,471,157 for the month of April, which is an increase of 10.47%. Year-to-date, $5,843,917, which is an increase of 4.28%. If you look down at the budget comparison at the bottom, we're around 32.82%, which if you just take 4 months out of 12, we should be around 33.38. So we're just a little below budget to actual where we should be. In case you've noticed, the unallocated is not that far off. A lot of that has to do with we have not distributed to the city their portion of the 1% yet due to the resolution that just passed. So now that the budget's there for us to distribute, that should change a little bit. The next slide, which is packet page 27, is just comparing with a graph of 23 to 24, 25, and 26, with it broken down by budget or by month. Any questions regarding sales tax?
Also, I did send all of you the revenue information, the sales tax information that I've received from NISEC that had the categories. And I thought it was really, one thing that struck me as very interesting is that car sales were actually down from last year. However, repairs and car parts were higher than last year, which to me shows that people are holding on to their old automobiles and fixing them and not buying new automobiles. So I thought that was interesting. Okay. Any other questions or comments for Daryl? Okay. Thanks so much, Daryl.
You're welcome.
Now let's move on to standing and special committees. Government Operations Committee, Randy Brown, Chair.
Thanks, Shauna. We met on June 9th, and we had a discussion update from the assessment working group, and good discussion on that. We have a state representative coming to our next meeting in July to talk about the homestead assessment option, if anyone wants to come to that July meeting. And then we had a good report from Monica, and the communication director, talked about web page management and in standardization, and also training of how she put together a good training video for how people can update their web pages for various departments. And there's over 50 people that are learning in various departments how to do that. Each department's responsible for their own updates. But the video, training video, is only 45 minutes, I believe, and quite helpful. We also heard from the Planning and Sustainability Department on their 2026 foreclosure recommendations. We had quite a few discussions about that and the properties they thought that should be removed or held off. And then we had a discussion and first review of procurement policy. Now, I shall let Judah kind of talk about that a little bit, if you don't mind.
I didn't hear you. Which policy? Procurement.
Yeah.
Yes, there was some question that came up in the F&I committee about how much we've been increasing our purchasing from online sources like Amazon. Significant increases over the last few years, maybe doubling the amount of purchasing we've been doing. And so we'd like to look into sort of why this purchasing has been changing over time, whether it really fits fundamentally with our desire for green purchasing. Even if things are marked as green on Amazon, is it really green to be purchasing from Amazon? We learned that our staff have worked with somebody from Amazon so that the green items get filtered to the top of the search list when our staff go to buy things, which was something I didn't really know could happen. But we're looking into sort of what's legally possible for purchasing, what our staff are already working on, because I believe there's already an existing review of purchasing policies and how we want to move that forward. It's still very early.
Thank you.
And that's it. Our next meeting is July 14th.
Thank you, Randy and Judith. Any questions for Randy or Judith? Iris?
I'm excited that you're looking into that. I know that it was like over $250,000 we spent on Amazon last year. And if that's money that we could be putting into our local community businesses rather than giving to Jeff Bezos, that'd be great. So.
Yes, and apparently there are some products that are purchased from local or regional retailers, but via Amazon. So they get onto Amazon and we buy their stuff through Amazon, but it seems like that's probably a way for part of our money to be filtered off to Amazon rather than just having a direct purchasing agreement with the retailer. There may be some products where it doesn't make sense to try to buy everything, if it's a little bit here, a little bit there, it might be hard to source, but for products that we're buying in bulk or routinely year over year, it seems like reasonable to come up with a more local option and keep the tax dollars local.
Irene?
Yeah, I remember many years ago, back when I was on TCOG, we had a discussion about possibly bundling purchasing with the county and municipalities to get, better pricing and less frequent ordering and shipping. So I don't know if you guys want to tackle that, or I don't know if that has in fact come to pass in any way, but just putting it out there is something else that might be considered.
So we actually have a bundle deal with NYSEC that we're part of their Amazon, and so we do receive the NYSEC discount, which is also bundled with all the other counties that are part of NYSEC. So I think it's an additional, like there are certain things I've seen whenever Katrina orders, it essentially lists all the government supplies and then it gives you like a government rate. So, if you're looking at a stapler, you and I can look at Amazon and it'll be $12 and then the government rate might be $7.50 through NYSEC. So just to let you guys know. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Judith. Health and Human Services Committee, Travis Brooks, Chair.
We haven't met since our last meeting. We meet tomorrow. So I don't have anything to report.
Okay. Any questions or comments for Travis?
It was a lot to digest, I understand.
Yes. Housing and Economic Development Committee, Greg Mezzi, Chair.
Thanks, Shauna. We last met Wednesday, June the 3rd, here at 10 a.m. We had a pretty good report from the Department of Planning and Sustainability, and the Cornell University Relations gave their economic snapshot. They made several changes to their snapshot this year on how they calculate a few things. So if anybody's interested in understanding Cornell's calculated economic impact on the local community and the regional community, it's worth watching back. I know Kate Supron in the Community Relations Office spends quite a bit of time trying to pull all that data and information together. So it was pretty informative and a good presentation. There is one thing that I wanted to clarify. There is a report discussion about a parcel that the county owns on Harris B. Dates Drive, which is kind of adjacent to Centralis, Cuga Health, the hospital parcel there. I want to say it's about 25 acres or so, if my memory serves me correct. There's maybe some misinformation in the community about what was discussed or what was asked to be discussed. Several years ago, and many iterations of the legislature, as some of you likely will remember, this topic has come up for discussion. And like all good legislation, it repeats itself. So it has come up again for discussion. And what the committee had asked our Planning and Sustainability Department to do was to come back later in the year with a proposal or some options on how we could address utilizing that parcel and contributing to the housing issue that we face in Tompkins County. No decision was made to sell the parcel. No decision was made to move forward with the project. Let me just reiterate, no decision was made. There was like no decision made other than planning, can you tell us what some possibilities might be, right? Like
that is not what the Ithaca Voice article said. But.
Yes, we're interested in seeing what the menu has to offer, but we're not going to order quite yet, is kind of where we left it with our planning team. So I want to make sure that that's clear and that that's out there in the public. We have not gone down any path and would not without full legislature approval. We've just asked that we have a more in-depth presentation on what possibilities might exist with that parcel, should there be an appetite by the legislature and the community to do something of meaning towards our housing crisis. And other than that, not much else to report. Unless there's a strong objection by members of the committee and in consultation with the clerks, I'd like to cancel our July meeting with its proximity to the July 4th holiday and some agenda items that are not pressing. I think it would be best for others to recap some time, or recoup some time rather than meet for meeting's sake. So our July meeting, if there's no strong objection, is going to be canceled. That's all.
Questions or comments for Greg? Okay. I remember years ago, we actually looked at that parcel of property for the detox center. Remember that? And it was, there's a lot of protected wetlands and there was not enough space to actually build a building, was what we had come up with. But you guys can go through your own exploration and have the same conversation that we had.
Yeah, the site has some unique challenges that in a thoughtful way can be mitigated. Yeah. I'm sure like a big structure like a detox facility probably is not the best for such precious land.
Yes. Okay, moving on. Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee, Irene Weiser. Chair.
Yeah, Peak met on June 4th. And we discussed and voted on the resolutions that were before you tonight on the consent agenda in regard to expanding the ag districts, so thank you for that. We had a terrific presentation from Haley and the planning department on induction cooktop stoves and how those are helping people and impacting their lives. So it's a short video. I think, Monica, am I correct that it's up on YouTube for viewing or not?
Yes, it is on YouTube.
Okay, yeah. So, you know, if you guys want to take a look, it's like, what, 4 minutes, maybe 6 minutes, something like that. It's pretty short. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes. So it's worth your time, and it's a terrific program. And what else? Environmental Management Council came and gave their annual report about the work that they've been doing. They had a really robust strategic planning initiative last year, and that has really launched them in some interesting directions. They're going to be reviewing the unique natural areas and figuring out, how to maybe expand and mapping those, and looking for some other work. I know they're involved in the biosolids spreading, or at least a subcommittee of them are involved with that. So really great work on the EMC. And then last we had a presentation from Co-op Extension that really kind of gave a layout of it was sort of budgetarily focused, but about their programs, what they've done, how they've been growing, what their finances look like, and what they hope to see from us this coming year. So if anybody's interested in hearing more from CCE, then we likely will hear during the budget conversations. I'd encourage you to go back and take a look at the June 4th peak meeting to hear more about that, and look at, it's also in their presentation is also in the agenda packet. And I think I'll double check with Katie, but I think that we will be having a peak meeting on July 2nd. I know that there were, what committee was it? The Planning Advisory Board committee that I attended had several properties that the Land Trust is going to be purchasing and looking to work with us on helping to support that effort. And so I think they may need to hear from us, approve on that. So if necessary, we will meet, and if it's not necessary, we won't, and we'll enjoy our 4th of July week.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments for Irene? Okay, thanks, Irene. Public Safety Committee, Travis Brooks, Chair.
Well, we haven't met since our last meeting. We meet next week on the 23rd. The jail numbers are 55 in, 3 boarded out, and 1 boarded in. That's all I got.
Any questions or comments for Travis? Yep.
It's a little bit, oh no, sorry. Never mind. I was thinking that was Derek, but it's a rel sitting over there. I was wondering what's happened with the flock cameras and whether we have any update on that. I know they were scheduled to come down, but I don't know if we have any update.
Okay. Yeah, I have not heard anything other than, I think they were supposed to come down like 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Was the last update we received. So, okay. Greg?
Yeah, just a quick question on the flock. Did I read somewhere, did I misread? Was there any vandalism to the flock cameras?
Yes, 2 were shot at.
And
That's
were those,
ironic. Sorry. Right.
Yeah.
were those county flock cameras or city flock cameras? Do we know?
Or county.
County?
I believe so.
And do you know, are we responsible for the equipment or the cost of the equipment, or is that a cost borne by flock?
Maury, do you know, or Corsa?
I don't know the exact answer to that. I think that the ownership of the flock cameras was transferred to the county as a function of the contract when they were first being installed. And at the end of the contract, we then sell them back to flock for $1. I don't know if there's liability for the cost of the physical camera. I'll find out. I think there are 2 things that an update would make sense on. One is, what is the status of the deinstallation, and second, that question as to the cameras that were vandalized. Is there any liability on the part of the county?
Yeah, I'd just be curious. So thank you for looking into that.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. Moving on to Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Veronica Pillar, Chair.
Sorry, thank you. WDIC has not met since our last legislature meeting, but we will be meeting this coming Monday, June 22nd at 10 a.m. Going to have bunch of our usual reports. We're also going to be hearing from Megan McDonald from the Department of Planning and Sustainability about their equity indicator, and are excited to learn more about that. And we'll be kicking off this year's round of the Leslie McBean Claiborne Strength and Diversity Award with a working group.
Great.
That's about it.
Any questions for Veronica? Comments? Okay, thanks, Veronica. Next is Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee. Deborah Dawson chair, but Veronica Pillar was actually chair for that meeting.
I think I'll start and pass it to Deborah.
Take it away, Veronica.
So we met on Monday, June 8th, had a couple of resolutions. We had a long report from our Director of Finance, a bit of which you saw today, but also got to see and discuss casino revenue, cannabis tax revenue, and our various investments. Heard from our HR commissioner, the updates essentially the paid caregiver leave survey is going on, as you've hopefully seen in your inboxes, and they're working on a job description for the peer support coordinator. And then the highlight of the meeting was the budget presentation from TC3, which again, you all saw today. And then we have a couple of resolutions, but Deborah has a scheduling thing before that.
Thanks, Veronica. So Katrina has asked me to ask you what time you would like to start our expanded budget committee meetings. The timeframes go anywhere from 4 to 4:30 to 5 o'clock. Rather than take up time on the floor, I would just let you know that I'm going to be sending you an email. I want to hear back from all of you, and we'll figure out what time these meetings are going to start.
Roughly how long do they go?
It's up to you.
Okay, but that's a helpful answer. I guess it was like, are we talking an hour? Are we talking 4 to 5 hour? You know, okay, thank you.
Usually 3-ish, but in the past.
Okay. Yeah. But again, it very much depends on all of you.
I think the fact that it's many of your first year to do the budget, there's going to be a lot of questions, and so we will be moving slower. And so I would, and what we've done historically in the past is that we've scheduled 3 or 4 departments to come do a short presentation and then had questions after. So Deborah, are you going to do expanded budget different, where only the people that are asking for OTRs will come in, or?
Well, I think unless and until I learn from Corsa and Norma, if everybody has OTRs, then everybody comes. I really would urge everyone to remember that Expanded Budget Committee is not the forum in which we ask detailed questions about what every department is doing. All the purpose of these meetings is to figure out how much money the department needs to do what it needs to do. So try to limit your questions to that.
So I think just to help, so I apologize, just to help out for the new, I'm new too. So we have a recommended budget presented, and then there will be,
You've been here 2 years.
will be items.
Yeah, you can't pull that new thing anymore.
I'm still very, very new.
Come on.
I'm new.
So we will have items that we will recommend, items we will not recommend in the recommended budget, and then usually we will send information out for items that all of you would like to add and or remove, and then discussion on the standard budget committee will be based on those items you'd like to add or remove. You can still add or remove items on the floor, which we usually do not recommend, but it's your show. We become spectators. So whatever you decide to do is what we will do. But our goal is, hopefully, if there are items that we do not recommend in the recommended budget, and you want to sponsor that, we have that conversation for you to understand the impact of it. What we've been planning to do is to reduce those numbers, we are working with the department to make sure that their asks are reasonable. And I'm hearing from a lot of departments who are looking for something else, but really considering what that means. I had a very good conversation today with a department with a very big budget that let me know what kind of cut I need to do now so that we can plan properly. So there's a lot of good conversation going on, so I'm hopeful that we can present a recommended budget that is reasonable so that we don't have a lot of changes to be made to that. So it will be fun.
It's always fun, Corsa.
It's always fun.
And you love your job.
I love it.
Okay, does someone want to move the resolution? Before we get started with this, I just want to remind everyone it is 9 o'clock. And this could be a contentious resolution, and I want everyone to get their say out. But I would remind everyone that we also have a big topic coming up in executive session that I would expect to probably go for anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour. And we don't want to keep our staff here too late. We make bad decisions at night. So I just want to remind everyone about that. Deborah or Veronica, would you all like to?
Sure, I'll move Resolution D, adoption of local law number B of 2026, a local law overriding tax levy limit for 2027, ID number 14073.
Can I have a seconder? Seconded by Judith Hubbard.
And as we all know, this is what we had the public hearing on. If we pass this, it is giving us permission to, if needed, choose to adopt a budget that exceeds the tax levy limit later at the end of the process without doing any additional legal paperwork stuff. It does not say anything about what amount of tax levy we will actually choose. And I think it's a good idea to pass this to allow ourselves space later as needed. I don't think we're all going to go nuts just because of a tax cap.
Well, I think.
Or just because we're allowed to exceed it, sorry.
Yeah, it's not, we're certainly not committing ourselves to exceeding the tax cap, but it certainly will make the process a little easier for Corsa and Norma.
Yeah, so I just want to add, you can pass this local law anytime, but we have to submit it to the state. The state will have to accept it before it becomes effective. So if, for example, you pass it in November, and we also approve our budget, and the state rejects the local law, we have to ring-fence that extra tax money we collect into an account and give it back to the taxpayers as part of balancing the budget or having a zero effect on the budget. So we will have to make cuts in the operating budget at the time. So the reasonableness of passing it early, make sure the state accept it if they do. But like you said, you will still have the tools within your decision bucket to decide whether you still want to exceed the tax cap or not to exceed the tax cap. So this doesn't force your hand. It just makes sure that we have the time needed to do what is right.
Point of information.
I also want to remind everyone that we need 60% of the votes in the affirmative, so it will require 10 votes in order to pass. Greg?
Just a quick point of information. Has the state ever rejected a tax cap override by Tompkins County?
I'm not aware of it, but Tompkins County has always passed this resolution around July, August, all the time, or June. Right, yeah, usually around this time we pass it, and I don't remember when we use it. As far as I can see, back we've not used it in many, many years. Last year was the closest we got to it, but we were still under. So we've always passed it, but we never actually use it. There are years that we have passed it, but we did do tax cuts, not even a tax levy increase.
Okay, any questions or comments? Greg?
Yeah, I think the cap is a discipline mechanism, and I think the moment we override it, we lose the discipline in the budget process. my personal opinion, I don't necessarily want it to be easier for Corsa and team. I think the budget process should be challenging and should be rigorous, and it should challenge assumptions. And the minute we take that pressure of a cap off, we lose that discipline. I think a time when taxpayers are facing an affordability squeeze, to pass something that we don't actually have to pass now, and we haven't utilized in the last several years, is just sending the wrong message to the budget process. I've objected to it pretty much year after year, as have a number of my colleagues. But I think we really need to, especially now, because of how much of a squeeze our taxpayers are feeling, we need to keep the discipline in this process. And by overriding the tax levy, we lose a cap. We can do it later if we have to, right? If the world falls apart and everything starts to end by October, there's still time. But sitting here in June, there's no reason to do this now. I won't support it. I think we need to have more discipline in the budget process, and this just creates a revenue patch that hides structural problems within our budget that we should find creative ways to solve other than just levying new tax, which rarely gets walked back. So that's why I won't support it, and I would encourage my colleagues to not support it as well.
Iris?
So, new first year here doing this, and my understanding is that last year was the closest we came, right? We hit the tax cap. We didn't go above it. And every prior year, and I surveyed Norma at the break, and she said as long as she's been here, we've never gone over it, right? So it's not like something we can expect would happen. But I also think, as sort of a response to my colleagues' claim of discipline, I think we have a history of using millions of dollars every year in fund balance to pay for our operating expenses. And so I think we've artificially kept things low, but we've been drawing down our savings. And so I'm not suggesting that we need to go above it necessarily, but I also think it doesn't necessarily reflect discipline only, that in past years we haven't gotten closer to the tax cap, because in those years we've been essentially borrowing from our savings account to pay the bills. And so I think we need to be smart about that. The fund balance goes down, has been going down because we have been using it. And that's not a sustainable process. Eventually, we will run out. And then what? And then we're going to have to raise taxes by like 20% or something to make up for it. So, it's a slow problem that we've sort of been waiting for a future legislature to have to deal with it. But I think we need to confront that now.
Judith and then Greg.
I agree with Iris that it's irresponsible to spend money that you're not bringing the taxes in to cover it, and it's a problem that just gets worse and worse every year. The responsible thing to do is to either cut the spending or to raise the taxes, but not to keep taxes low artificially. Whether there's ways to cut spending without impacting constituent services and impacting our staff is something I think that is a hard question to solve, and we've certainly added additional costs to the budget over time. But that's all a question for later, right? Right now we're not voting on whether to override the tax cap or voting on whether to give ourselves the option to do that when we know what the numbers are. And I don't think that it makes sense to say, let's give our staff more work to do later if we decide to do it later. That's spending staff time. Staff time is valuable. And if we can do something now to preserve staff time, that's actually a responsible budget move. So I think it's wise to pass this now when it's easiest, when our staff don't have to do so much work to get it done, because their time is going to be extra needed in the future when we're trying to sort out the budget.
Greg?
Yeah, I guess in response to that, I have two questions. Corsa, does the process and the amount of time change when you file this with the state, if it's now or in October? Or does it take you the same amount of time?
Are you raising your hand? Yeah.
Yeah, there's a timeline on it.
I understand the timeline, but the time it takes staff to process this, does it change based on when we vote to process this?
Okay,
To override the cap.
so let me answer it this way. Whether you pass it or not, if my recommended budget comes in at 20%, I'll present a 20% tax levy increase budget. We're not gonna do that, but that is a reality. But is, as has been said over time, in terms of timeline or when we have to do this and all of that, I think it removes this conversation from your debate process until the final end when you're talking about where to set the levy. But as I was here last year, where to set the levy became a conversation at the tail end, but not through the process. So there's a lot of work to be done in the process that may prevent us having a look at this, because we will really not know where we're going to land until when we're about to really pass the budget. That is late October or early November. And that would be too late to pursue a tax levy override because of the timeline and the public hearing and all those pieces. So
didn't we already have the public hearing?
So it's, I think probably Maury or Katrina can help. If this doesn't pass, if we would need to do another public hearing for the process.
I think we had this come up in 2024 when initially the tax levy override did not pass, and then we passed it later on. And my opinion then was that we did not need to have another public hearing because it was the same enactment.
Yes.
So I guess to my second point too, our fund balance exists because of an over-collection of taxes. That's my opinion. We've over-levied and we've collected more than we've needed to spend, and that's why our savings account grows. So when we talk about responsibility, giving some of that back to the taxpayers in terms of one-time funding of programs is we've already collected and levied that tax. It's not like it was some savings account or some gift account that we had that we're artificially using. We actually took that out of taxpayers' pockets and we didn't spend it, and then it sits and it grows. And so that money is taxpayer money. So we've already levied that money against, and that tax against our taxpayers. So I want to challenge a little bit the assumption that using fund balance is irresponsible or that it's in some ways artificial, because that's tax already paid. And we just are deciding when to use it, either in the year that we levied it or in future years. We have a policy around our fund balance and the amount, which is somewhat of an arbitrary number, which we can debate at another day. But I do think that, I just want to be clear that that's already, that's taxpayer money that we've already levied and almost over levied in many situations.
So I'm just going to take a quick turn, and then I have Irene and Dan. I think one thing that's going to be really interesting for some of the newer legislators to see is that you're going to see some of your colleagues vote against doing this tax cap. But whenever we start going through this budget process, you're also going to see them raise their hands and put forward OTRs, which is just the opposite of actually reducing our tax levy. And so, and it happens every year, every single year. And then at the end of the year, they're going to vote against the budget, which is really ironic, right? Because they voted to add to our tax levy. The one thing that I can say about, us hoarding other people's money or the taxes is, the reason why we're able to buy a $50 million building and invest in a $50 million building is because we have the fund balance we do. The reason why we were able to take care of people during COVID and not bat an eyelash is because we had money in the bank. We were able to pay for people's vaccines. We were able to pay for people whenever they got sick. We were able to do the testing, set up the site over at the mall, because we had that money in our piggy bank. Those are things that no other county in New York State, they had to wait for FEMA. They had to wait in order to get federal money in order to make those decisions. We didn't have to. We were one of the first in the state to have that operation because we had money in our piggy bank. And so whenever we talk about fund balance and whatever, the legislators before all of us have paved the way for us to be able to make those really great decisions and for us to be able to serve our community.
And so we vote for this every year. If we're going to use it or not, this is absolutely the toughest budget year that we're going to come against since I've been on the legislature. And I actually think that we probably will go over the tax cap. It's not anything that any of us holds lightly. And I know, our staff, whether we vote affirmative or negative on this, whether we get the votes tonight or not, Course is going to go to the drawing board and he's going to have conversations with our staff and he's going to come back with his recommended budget. And more than likely that's going to be over the tax cap, whether we vote for this or not. We have to give our staff a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. He's not just going to go willy-nilly and start cutting things because we don't vote this forward. So the decisions are all going to be up to us, but I want, whether we vote on it tonight or 2 months down the road, Judith is right. Why make our staff jump through hoops and create what it ends up doing is really creating hysteria amongst our staff to let them know that we're going to be doing some staff cuts. And, whenever we start talking about that, that's people's livelihoods. And so I think we really need to realize that this is going to be a tough budget year and we more than likely will need to go over the tax cap. Irene and Dan.
Yeah, I don't know for sure, but I may be the only legislator here that served as an elected official before there was a tax cap in New York State. It was instituted by Governor Cuomo. Yeah, which for some of us that's enough said. But it was instituted by Cuomo at a time that he was very much wanting to see consolidation of multiple districts downstate. And so it was used as a tool to encourage, there were a lot of overlapping districts and a lot of, arguably extraneous taxation because of all of the multiple districts that existed. This was a downstate problem. This was a Nassau County, Suffolk County problem. But the only way he could do it was to do it statewide. There is nothing to show that there was irresponsibility on the part of small local governments, of which I consider this to be one. I mean, we're not a huge city. There was just nothing to show that there was an irresponsible use of tax funds and taxation. And in my view, what has ended up happening as a result of the tax cap is not only burdening municipalities to be constrained beyond what's reasonable given the costs of pensions, given the costs of highway maintenance, some of the big cost drivers that keep going up that we have no control over, and these are the biggest cost drivers.
Not to mention the unfunded mandates.
Yeah, exactly, thank you. And the unfunded mandates, many of which also occurred under Cuomo. Mm-hmm. There used to be a fund of money that the state would provide to municipalities, and some of that has been restored a little bit, right, the AIM money, but nowhere's close to what it used to be to reimburse municipalities for the unfunded mandates. And as I understand it, it's not at all reimbursed to counties. It's just being reimbursed to towns at this stage. So this was instituted for reasons that had nothing to do with actual government process. And in my view, it set up a mentality of, it was an anti-government move. It was an anti-government, we shouldn't pay for government, we need smaller government. And I don't buy that. I think that good government does a lot of good. And I actually feel like this is a body that does a lot of good in our community. I want us to be able to do that. And so for all of those reasons, I absolutely support overriding this. I resent the state trying to tell us how to be responsible. We know what we need to do for our public.
Dan Wakeman.
Thank you. Yeah, there's two of us here, Irene.
Oh, were you too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not regarding the budget, or the tax levy, but I seem to recall this legislature passing a policy regarding our fund balance and procedures and actions that we're going to have to take when that fund balance is too low. And as I recall, we have a fund balance that's dramatically below those thresholds.
Yep.
As a result, I think as part of this budget process, we have to execute some of those triggers to rebuild some of this fund balance. So there's no way we're going to be, unless we break our own policy here with approval of this legislature, that we're going to be taking money from fund balance.
Anyone else? Okay. All those in.
Do a roll call.
Sure can. Yep.
Christy Bianconi.
No.
Travis Brooks.
No.
Randy Brown.
No.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Judith Hubbard.
Yes.
John Hunt.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
No.
Rachel Oslin.
Yes.
Iris Packman.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
No.
Mike Sigler.
No.
Adam Vinson.
Yes.
Dan Wakeman.
Yes.
Irene Weiser.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes. 10 yeses, 6 noes. That passes barely. Okay. Budget, capital, and personnel. We have one more resolution. Veronica or Deborah, would you like to bring that forward?
I can move resolution number E, adjustment to the 2026 budget, city-county sales tax distribution agreement, ID number 14091.
Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Deborah Dawson.
And this is just adjusting, as I think Daryl mentioned earlier, adjusting how much money we are passing to the city via the particular sales tax distribution agreement based on actual sales tax receipts. It is, I think because this came up at BCP, it's completely, or it came up somewhere. This is per the existing agreement, and nothing has changed yet about possible new agreements that might be getting worked out. And I guess Daryl can add anything else or field any questions.
I think you did a great job. I'm here for questions if anyone has any. However, it is a yearly budget adjustment because we don't typically do it during the budget process. In order to pay the city per our agreement, this adjustment needs to happen.
Any questions or comments? Okay. Let's see here. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. All those against, please raise your hand. Okay. And so we have 1 absent, 1 away, and 15. So that passes. Anything else for budget, capital, and personnel? Any questions for Deborah or Veronica? Okay, next we're going to move on to Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Lee Shirtliff, Chair.
F and I will be meeting Thursday morning at 10 o'clock, and for the second month in a row, we've got a pretty heavy agenda, 12 resolutions and 2 presentations. Those presentations will include a discussion on the district geothermal potentials as well as a TCAT update. So there's quite a lot of information that will be shared on some topics that are of interest to many of the members here. We have ask any questions first, and I can move to the resolution.
Any questions for Lee? Comments? John Hunt?
I think there's also a renewal of the lease for the PMV building.
Oh, John, can you use your microphone for us, please?
Oh, sorry.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah. I think on that agenda, there's also the renewal of the lease for DMV. Are you aware that the roof was repaired, or is it part of the contract renewal?
I don't have an answer to that, John. I'm looking over to Arel. Are you familiar with that?
The roof of the DMV building, was it repaired, or is it in the contract to renew the lease?
For DMV?
No, it's not our building, so.
Right, that's why there's a lease, and I thought maybe the agreement to renew the lease would ask the owner of the building to repair the roof. That's all.
We'll bring that topic up when we address the resolution on Thursday.
Of course, in Arel.
Maybe we can look into that ahead of time and have some answers for you.
Yes. That's great. Thank you, Lee. Thanks, John, for bringing that forward. Any other questions for Lee, or you want to move on to resolutions, Lee?
Resolution F, authorizing an amendment to the capital plan and a contract with Barton Judas for design and right-of-way services for replacement of the Hines Road Bridge over Enfield Creek. BIN number 32009950, Town of Enfield. Project identification number 375757, and resolution ID number 14087. And just a short background.
Wait 1 second. Let's go ahead and get Randy Brown to second that.
This is included in the 2026 to 2030 capital plan, and there was some hope that we would identify additional funding as that was put into place, and finding out that it is eligible for Marchicelli program funds through the state. It reduces the local share and allows us to make that adjustment in the budget. The resolution also allows us to move forward with a contract with Barton Judas for design services.
Okay. Any questions or comments for Lee or for Arel? Arel's also here. Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that is everyone. That's unanimous. Thank you. Anything else, Lee? Okay. Next, we have an individual member filed resolution from Greg Mezzi. Greg, would you like to bring this forward?
Absolutely. I'd like to move resolution G, doc ID 14083, the authorization of a public hearing on local law number C of 2026, allowing for the continuation of the county holding virtual public meetings until July 15th, 2028. I would so move.
And I have a seconder, seconded by Dan Wakeman.
This is procedural. I think I was the closest legislator in proximity to Katrina at the time. She realized the timing this needed to happen. So I was voluntold to put this forward. I'm happy to do it. I think government should be accessible, and this just allows us to have the public meeting. And because of timing with not having a meeting in July, we needed to bring this forward today. So that's why it did not go through the normal channels. But I'm sure Katrina or Maury could answer any questions. But again, this is just holding the public hearing for the local law, and then obviously we can debate the local law after we hear from the public.
Great. So essentially, I was contacted by Anna Callis's office, and they said this is up for renewal. Do you all want to renew it? And so called up Katrina, and Greg's moving it forward. Mike Sigler?
I just really have a point of information. Like, why set a deadline on this? Why can't we just do it and not bring it back every 2 years?
I think we can look into that, but at this point right now, the current local law expires on June 30th. So we will have a period of time between June 30th and, well, July 1st through July 21st that we won't be able to attend remotely. Yeah. You guys will not be able to attend remotely. But, and I that is on my back burner, but this was like a quick fix, and we can look into it before the 2 years expire and see if we can establish this permanently.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be great. I mean, I'm doing it more for the public than us, but It just seems like the kind of thing that we're not going backwards on it. Why not just do it?
I have thought of that.
Okay, thanks.
But that's also an Albany issue in that Albany keeps letting the statutory authorization to have this local law expire every 2 years. So if they stop doing that, we would be able to stop doing this every 2 years.
Fair enough. Thank you.
And Shauna, this is really, just to clarify, for legislator involvement in remote meetings, not public comment or staff participation. As you see the local law attached, this spells out the reasons why legislators are able to participate remotely for the various reasons spelled out in the local law.
Exactly right. Yeah, yeah. And I actually think it's working well for us. I don't think anyone has abused it. Obviously, if people are sick, we don't want them to contaminate everyone and get us all sick. We learned a lesson during COVID. And so I've enjoyed seeing, our legislators here all having a voice, and even if you're sick or not feeling well, or if something comes up at home, childcare, whatever, it's good to see our people here or via Zoom. So I'm glad everyone can have their voice.
Just have one clarifying. I just want to clarify, this is just to establish the public hearing for July 21st. We're still going to bring the local law, go through government operations to be debated at that committee.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you all. And we have minutes of our previous meeting, June 2nd, 2026. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Christie, seconded by Adam. Any corrections, changes, comments? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that is unanimous. And can I have a mover to go into executive session for the proposed acquisition, sale, or lease of real property, or the proposed acquisition of securities, or sell or exchange of securities held by such public body, but only when publicity would substantially affect the value thereof? Moved by Rachel, seconded by Judith. Or Iris and Adam, you guys gonna smack down? Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that's unanimous. Let's take a 4-minute break, and then we'll come back. Thank you. We will not be taking action.